Almighty God,
Orders of the day.
Consideration at third reading of Bill C-13, Protecting Canadians from Online Crimes Act.
Mr. LaBelle for Mr. McKay, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, moves that Bill C-13, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Canada Evidence Act, the Competition Act, and the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to participate in the third reading debate on Bill C-13, the Protecting Canadians from Online Crime Act. Bill C-13 has received wide media attention, and almost every Canadian that's heard about it has an opinion about it. Unfortunately, much of what has been reported in the media has disregarded the spirit of this legislation, and this has hampered an informed debate on this important piece of legislation. Bill C-13, in simple terms, does three very important things that will help make the world safer for Canadians. First, it proposes to amend the Criminal Code to create new offences of non-consensual distribution of intimate images, or what some refer to as revenge porn. Bill C-13 will also update existing offences, such as the harassing telephone call provision, to make them relevant in the Internet age. Some of these amendments will be particularly useful for police in relation to cyberbullying cases. The second important component of Bill C-13 is the enhancement it proposes to the investigative toolkit of police to deal with cybercrimes and electronic evidence. These amendments, which comprise of the modernization of existing investigative powers as well as the creation of new production orders for specific information, will provide Canadian police with the tools many other police have in other countries which they have been using over 10 years. The modernization of the toolkit will ensure that police can access the information they need and only the information they need to advance an investigation into the offence. By providing police with these modern tools, Parliament is not only facilitating the investigation of crimes involving electronic evidence in Canada, but is also enhancing the privacy protections for Canadians generally by requiring the appropriate level of judicial scrutiny for all information in relation to which there is a reasonable expectation of privacy.
Finally, Bill C-13 will allow Canada to access and provide greater international cooperation in criminal matters. This is of vital importance because so much evidence in relation to cybercrimes, such as that related to cyberbullying and the non-consensual distribution of intimate images, is stored and located outside of Canada. In many cases, where there is no international cooperation, no investigation can proceed.
Speaker, as was previously pointed out at the report stage, Bill C-13 was thoroughly reviewed by the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. The review involved 10 committee meetings and appearances by over 40 witnesses. While there were appearances by witnesses that opposed aspects of the bill, primarily the investigative tools, many of the witnesses were supportive of the entire legislation package. However, it should be noted that the new intimate images offence received most universal support, including from members of the opposition. During his testimony before the Justice Committee, the Minister of Justice explained that the proposed non-consensual distribution of intimate images offence would prohibit the sharing of sexual or nude images without the consent of the person depicted. It is most important to respond in this manner to cyberbullying that involves this activity which can cruelly humiliate and shame its target and cause irreparable emotional and psychological harm to the victim, particularly Canadian youth. The Minister explained how this would remedy a gap in the criminal law. The Minister also noted that Bill C-13 reflects recommendations made in June 2013 at a federal provincial territorial report on cyberbullying and the non-consensual distribution of intimate images, which recommended both the creation of a new offence and updates to the existing offences and investigative tools. This report was unanimously supported by the federal provincial territorial ministers responsible for justice and public safety. The committee also heard from a number of victims of cyberbullying and parents of deceased victims of cyberbullying, many of whom have become advocates for change for the better address of cyberbullying. Many of these witnesses expressed support for the proposals in Bill C-13. Mr. Glenn Canning, the father of Rehtaeh Parsons, expressed concern about the challenge faced by police in trying to respond to modern crimes using antiquated tools. He also believed that had C-13 been in law at the time of his daughter's harassment, it would have made a positive difference.
The committee also heard from police, including the president of the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, the CACP, and the chief of the Vancouver Police Department, Jim Chu. The CACP represents over 90% of the Canadian police community, including federal, First Nations, provincial, regional, and municipal agencies.
Chief Chu clearly stated that the CACP fully supports Bill C-13. He offered the committee compelling testimony on the challenges of crime on the online environment and its growth in areas of traditional crime such as harassment, fraud, and kidnapping, as well as in relation to new crimes more closely linked to technological advances. He also explained to the committee the challenges police face from international nature of cyber activity. Chief Chu articulated how technology can facilitate traditional bullying and make it more persuasive and painful. He also expressed concern about the lack of a safe haven and the difficulty of erasing anything from online environment once it has been distributed. He said rapid intervention is needed before things get worse for victims who may suffer consequences of these behaviors for the rest of their lives. He explained to the committee that the modernized tools in Bill C-13 are essential to this response. Chief Chu explained that the bill does not create authority for police to obtain information without judicial warrant, and that the police support Bill C-13's proposed judicial oversight as a good way to balance investigative needs and privacy protections. He also noted, however, that these tools need to allow police to respond quickly, which is essential in the online environment. He also responded to the inaccurate portrayals of Bill C-13 in some instances as creating authority for the police to wiretap without authority. Bill C-13 does not provide police with this power, and they will continue to require prior authorization of the courts in order to intercept any private communications. Nothing in Bill C-13 changes this.
The committee also heard from Mr. Greg Gilhooly, a lawyer who was a victim of an internet predator when he was in his youth. Mr. Gilhooly expressed his strong support for the proposals in Bill C-13 and provided the committee with personal insight into the urgency and importance of acting precipitously to enhance the law in this area because, as he put it, there are monsters among us and police need tools to enable them to act and protect Canadians.
The committee also heard from Mr. David Butt, legal counsel for the Kids Internet Safety Alliance, and a frontline criminal lawyer who commended the government for striking the right balance between investigative needs and privacy protections with the proposals in Bill C-13. I would like to share with you this quote from his testimony to the committee. Let's have vibrant police powers to investigate digitally, coupled with significant judicial oversight to control those police powers independently. That's the sweet spot that I say this bill hits. That's my measure of success in this bill. Does it enable the police to act effectively, but does it also give another branch of government, the judiciary, the appropriate tools to oversee? If you've got both of those, you've got the right mix. And I say you've got the right mix here. While other witnesses expressed similar views to the committee, I found this a particularly eloquent statement of what C-13 accomplishes. I would like to continue by citing the support for Bill C-13 expressed by the Canadian Centre for Child Protection. Leanna MacDonald, the executive director of this organization, appeared before the committee and explained that her organization is a registered charity providing national programs and services related to the personal safety of all children. Ms. MacDonald explained that the committee in her goal was to provide both insight and support to Bill C-13. After over 30 years of working towards child protection, she considered the bill would address the challenges her organization is very familiar with as first-hand witnesses to what she described as the collision between sexual exploitation, technology, and bullying. She explained to the committee that cybertips.ca, Canada's national tip line for reporting the online sexual exploitation of children, has received more than 100,000 reports of sexual abuse and exploitation of children, which has resulted in more than 500 arrests and in removing numerous children from abusive environments. Ms. MacDonald expressed concern that technology has become a powerful weapon and tool in the hands of those who wish to hide their criminal behavior behind a cloak of anonymity, making it easier to engage in reprehensible harassment behavior. She urged the committee not to fail in understanding the role of technology in commission of offences and to be conscious of the importance of modernizing the law. She also expressed concern that the privacy rights of victims have been neglected in the focus of privacy issue discussions and indicated Bill C-13 would be fully supported by her organization. Ms. MacDonald also expressed support for having new offences of non-consensual distribution of images applied to victims of all ages, as the impact of this behaviour is significant regardless of age. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that I have succeeded in conveying the reality of the broader witness testimony, which is that while there are some dissenting voices, many informed and engaged witnesses consider the proposals in Bill C-13 as necessary and advisable. Unfortunately, media coverage focused primarily on those who expressed criticisms of the bill. Some of those criticisms demonstrated a lack of understanding of the proposals. Another aspect of the proposals that has not reached much attention, Mr. Speaker, but that may be an interest note given the prevalence of online crime, is the amendments to the Competition Act that are proposed in Bill C-13. We know that there are complex forms of white-collar crime, and sometimes there are businesses that push the envelope too far and break the law. The Competition Act is a federal law governing most business conduct in Canada. The Competition Bureau, headed by the Commissioner of Competition, is an independent law enforcement agency responsible for the administration and enforcement of the Act. The Competition Act includes both criminal and civil provisions aimed at preventing anti-competitive practices and other harmful conduct in the marketplace. It is designed to ensure that Canadian businesses and consumers prosper in a competitive, innovative marketplace. In particular, the Competition Act sets out certain criminal offences, including, amongst other things, price fixing, bid rigging, deceptive telemarketing, pyramid selling, and false or misleading representations that are known or knowingly made recklessly. It also includes civil provisions that deal with false or misleading representations and deceptive marketing practices, mergers, abuse of dominance, agreements between competitors, price maintenance, exclusive dealing, tied dealing, and market restrictions. Bill 13 would amend certain definitions found within the Competition Act to ensure that they are clear and technologically neutral and that they align with those in the Criminal Code, Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act, and Canada's anti-spam legislation. This bill would also incorporate into the Competition Act, by reference, the new powers in the Criminal Code regarding preservation demands, preservation orders, production orders for historical transmission data, so they can be used in investigations of all conduct under the Competition Act, both civil and criminal. As this is the case throughout the bill, preservation and production orders sought by the Bureau would be subject to judicial oversight. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I strongly support Bill C-13, and I encourage all members to vote in support of this important piece of legislation and to send it for further consideration to that other place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question and comment.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech with a great deal of interest, and I was a little bit concerned by two things that he said. He said, and I quote,
privacy protections. Puis l'autre citation, c'est
and the other quote,
Bill C-13 changes this. Ben, je suis extrêmement étonnée.
well, I'm extremely surprised because there's a certain provision in the bill which would create a legal unit for all Internet providers who decide to share personal information on clients for those services at the request of any government agency. And we are, right now here, we're working in parallel with the entire legal supervision system and the entire warrant system. So I'm extremely curious as to why the member doesn't think that violates privacy rights. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Act, obviously, contains indemnity for providing documents, and one of the witnesses who appeared before the committee was Mr. Gilhooly, who I mentioned in my speech. He was a corporate lawyer, formerly with Global. Mr. Gilhooly was a victim of Grant James, and he was encouraged to come and speak. And what he said when he appeared before the committee was that as a corporate lawyer, what the indemnity provided for was something that's already in the Act. There's already indemnity provided for, so nothing has been changed. And in terms of Mr. Gilhooly, what he said is that they'll be able to immediately provide information immediately to police forces, and what that provides for is the possibility of preserving evidence and preventing it from disappearing. Once evidence disappears, it's impossible to protect victims.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the issue of cyberbullying and the phenomenal amount of exploitation that has been taking place on the Internet and through technology has been a significant issue over the last number of years. It's an issue in which colleagues of mine from within the Liberal Party have been bringing forward in the form of other pieces of legislation, private members' bill in particular. It's an issue that Canadians are concerned about, no matter what region of the country that we look at. And the question I have for the member is, given the level of interest and the amount of potential even legislative changes that opposition parties have brought forward. I made reference to, I believe it was my colleague from Vancouver representing the Liberal Party. My question to the member is, why does he believe that the government has not really responded, given the high level of interest in this issue, a keen sense of cooperation amongst all political parties to do more on the issue? Why does he feel that the government has not acted on private members' initiatives that would have gone a long way in addressing some of the concerns that he has just talked about in his speech.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe the Justice Committee struck a very good balance in considering the concerns of the opposition parties. There were 10 meetings. Every single witness which was requested, who agreed to appear, did appear, and we believe that the bill that has come forth has struck a good balance between the privacy rights of those who commit the offences and the protection of those most vulnerable people who they attack, the children of Canada.
Question commentaire. La députée.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pelin. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to rise today in the House to ask a question to the Parliamentary Secretary, because as a young mother, I feel more and more interested by everything that deals with cyberbullying, and when I see what happens to children across Canada, I find it very concerning. And what I'm worried about with Bill C-13 is that we can't get the government to agree to split this bill, because there's quite a lot of things in this bill that the official opposition is completely in agreement with. Can the Parliamentary Secretary please explain why the Conservative government is showing such bad faith on this, when it's clear that there's a lot in this bill that all opposition parties agree with? We could pass this bill very, very quickly to have it enshrined in law as quickly as possible. And why can't we split it? And we could discuss the parts that we disagree with in a different way, and perhaps come up with some amendments. So why won't the government show good faith and split Bill C-13 into two bills?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wonder what purpose it would serve to split this bill. All of the witnesses who've appeared before the committee, we heard from all of the witnesses proposed by all members. Would that provide a different outcome or result? No. What's important is establishing a balance between privacy and victims, and to protect the youngest and most vulnerable in society. That is the objective of this piece of legislation.
Question commentaire.
Questions and comments?
Manitoulin Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And obviously, this member already knows that no matter what we put forward, obviously it makes a lot of sense, because even the Minister of Justice had agreed to one of our amendments, and they refused to do that. They're basically telling you that although all of the witnesses appeared, what he's not telling you is that not all of the witnesses were in favor of this. And I can tell you that Mr. David Fraser basically indicated that even though the definition excludes content, just the transmission data tells you a lot more about really what's going on. I would suggest this can be fixed by either raising the standard from reasonable grounds to suspect to reasonable grounds to believe with respect to this data, or recrafting the definition of transmission of data. He adds it a little bit more. But the whole idea here is that although they allow witnesses to appear, they don't listen to what the witnesses are saying. So again, we see a government that continues to victimize the victims and actually make it legal to do illegal things. So can the minister basically indicate whether or not they are absolutely sure that this won't constitute a constitutional debate on this here?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Each and every law before it is adopted goes through a very, very, very rigid scrutiny as to its constitutionality. And this is a procedure that we have followed. We believe that it struck the right balance. Certainly there are witnesses who were not in favor of the bill, as there were many who were in favor of it. But the key issue is that in intercepting information to protect the most vulnerable, the children, there is always a level of judicial oversight. The courts are the protectors of the Charter, and the courts intervene in each instance to make sure that the privacy rights of the accused are protected, as are the rights of those that are being victimized.
Question et commentaire. Alors, la députée.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his remarks. I found that he shed a great deal of light on the Conservatives' current behavior, where it positions itself vis-à-vis the bad media with respect to legislation. You know, Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary is not giving us any satisfaction when he says that each government bill goes through a rigorous process of validation before it comes here as part of the House debate. The parliamentary secretary knows full well, as I do, that over the past few years, a Conservative government on several bills has forced them through. Parts of them have been struck down by the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has already called upon Internet service providers to disclose information. So the parliamentary secretary, could he perhaps tell us if he's not concerned about the probability of facing a fiasco in this situation? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Many decisions have been brought down where the constitutional nature has been clarified by the Supreme Court. That's the beauty of our system here. We adopt legislation and we have views of the brightest minds to put us on the right track if we haven't done so. Now, all of these issues are subject to judicial review. If a request comes in, the court looks at it. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm quite disappointed today because we're debating a very important bill, and I think that this is the 79th or 80th time that we're seeing essential bills, complex bills, come forward where we don't have time to deal with them. And we also know that today is a Friday, so a lot of members aren't here. There's a time allocation on this important bill, and it's thrown at us on a Friday. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to denounce that situation. I'd like to talk about the vote at second reading as well, because we had a vote on the bill. It was amended at committee, reviewed at committee. I'd like to denounce the fact that the Liberal Party, on several occasions, and I normally don't sit on the Justice Committee, but I was there for the consideration of this bill. They criticized the bill on several occasions, but they decided nonetheless to support it. And that is perplexing. Mr. Speaker, when questions were put to the parliamentary secretary, members raised a number of issues. Now, this bill is supposed to be something to deal with cyberbullying, and we agree 100% with the Conservative members on that. There is a consensus of all political parties, of all members in this House. We need to combat cyberbullying. With the new technology that exists, bullying has changed completely. In the past, a person could just go home, and if there was someone bothering you at home or outside of the home, you could go home and you were fine. But now with social media, it follows you everywhere. If someone doesn't like what you wore one day, well, it'll be stuck on your Facebook page, or there will be an email that comes in, pictures that are very bothersome, troublesome. It follows us, and we've seen that as reported in the media, like the case with Amanda Todd, the unfortunate situation where a picture followed her regardless of what she did. So I agree that we need to deal with that. And that's why we asked to split the bill, because there are some aspects of this bill that need to go ahead, that need to be implemented in order to deal with cyberbullying and the non-consensual release of images. I would have appreciated seeing some common sense that, yes, it's important to adopt that part. It could have been adopted very quickly, in fact. We agreed with fast-tracking the discussion on cyberbullying. It could be already in force or, in fact, in the other place. But, unfortunately, there was no will to proceed that way. And I'm disappointed, and I'll tell you why. Because cyberbullying is an issue that affects me a great deal. I want to be able to speak just to that today, but I can't, because we need to talk about the problematic aspects of this bill that will have very serious consequences on the privacy of Canadians and on the protection of that privacy. I've said on several occasions, Mr. Speaker, that I'd like to make a 20-minute speech just to explain the importance of the sections of this bill on cyberbullying. But I must address the other aspects as well. And I think that victims of cyberbullying, Mr. Speaker, the families that we saw appear at committee, the very courageous families who came to talk about their victims of cyberbullying. There were some that were very highly mediatized, and others that, many others that weren't, but that exist. And there are many victims, and they deserve to see a debate on that. We need to debate that, but the government has been unable to cooperate. Now, with respect to cyberbullying, I have some constituents working very hard on the issue. What we are looking for is something to ensure that there is no anonymity. Now, we saw these issues raised at committee as well. There are many groups fighting cyberbullying, exceptional Canadians, and I wanted to acknowledge that and to thank them for their hard work. As I said, we also have to talk about the other aspects of the bill, because there are very few pages in this bill that deal solely with cyberbullying. The majority of the pages in this bill deal with changes to the criminal code. Some of them are all right, but others will jeopardize the protection of Canadians' private information. And I'd like to say a few words about that, Mr. Speaker. We've heard the government say, well, we're ensuring that we have a warrant system, that we have the legal system for obtaining private information. Now, there are certain situations where a warrant is required, and I'd like to talk about thresholds there as well, because there are problems in that regard. But what the government isn't saying in its remarks, and what they seem to have forgotten about completely, even though it's part of their own bill, is that there's a parallel system that's being set up. A system that sidesteps the warrant system, that sidesteps all of these legal supervision on which our legal system is based. So we're creating a parallel system where someone can just pick up the phone, call a person, make a request, say it's an emergency, and information will be sent. Now, this is a shortcoming, Mr. Speaker, created by the Liberals. It was something also that has been taken advantage of by the government, and we've seen abuse. The Privacy Commissioner announced recently, the interim commissioner, stated that there was a minimum of 1.2 million requests from Internet service providers from government agencies. Oh, 1.2 million requests. I have really a hard time understanding or even thinking that there are that many criminals in this country. So all of these requests, there seems to be a great lack of transparency. This is coming from the government, but they're not sharing the information with us. But this deals with Internet providers. There's no system to review these requests. It should be used only in exceptional cases, and Canadians are prepared to accept that there are exceptional situations. There are emergencies where the regular channels cannot be used. where a warrant can be obtained after the fact. But 1.2 million, Mr. Speaker, I really have trouble thinking that or understanding that, understanding that aspect. Now, there's another question that I put on the order paper to ask the government with respect to these requests to Internet service providers from 2012 to 2013. And the Border Service Agency has said in 1 year we have over 13 requests. I said, can you categorize them or categorize the situations where these requests are made? Well, only 2 were conducted for national safety out of 13,000. So can we honestly say, Mr. Speaker, that the other ones are national security issues? No. The question was put, and the answer does not. The answer doesn't jibe. Now I asked the government another question because they refused to give us this information. I said, since 2011, how many times have government agencies put forth these types of requests since the Act was created? What's really troubling, Mr. Speaker, they said they didn't have any data. They said, we don't have a system that enables us to put all of this information together, so we can't give it to you. Come on, Mr. Speaker. It's unbelievable, but it's true. They are leading us to believe that the back door is being used to contact Internet service providers to get information on Canadians, but they can't categorize them. They can't go back and say, well, we put in this many requests for X, Y, or Z. This type of one dealt with national security issues, etc. They said they don't have that data. So how are we supposed to ensure that there isn't any abuse if that data doesn't exist, Mr. Speaker? We've got a system where this has become the norm, this flawed approach. Now, what will this bill do? Well, it deals with the provision of information by an Internet service provider to a government agency. And government agencies, for the most part, are the ones making the request. But the parallel system, it's something that gave people some security. They said if there was a situation of abuse, there was a possibility of action being taken. And the Internet service providers could have said, no, I don't want to respond to your request. I don't want to be held accountable for that risk. But that's being eliminated with this bill, Mr. Speaker, with C-13. That's been removed. The only thing that enabled us to take a second look at this, it's been removed, and so that's very problematic. Now, the Conservatives and the Liberals will lump them together because they voted in favor of this bill. When they say that they're going to ensure that there's a balance between the warrant system, etc., that's not true because they seem to have forgotten that the bill includes the immunity for Internet service providers. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's something else that I want to raise here as well. The legislation makes it possible to disclose a great deal of information. For example, Mr. X spoke to Ms. X. When did the conversation take place? Where was Ms. X? Where was she that day? Where did she go? So this is all very problematic. And contrary to what the Conservatives have said, this isn't the kind of information you find in a phone book.
I talked a lot about the gaps that were created by PIPEDA, and that will be made worse with this bill. So instead of correcting these flaws, they're being made worse. Now, besides the legal immunity that is being provided under C-13, it is reducing the legal threshold for different kinds of communications and productions. So they're reducing the level, the legal threshold, to reasonable suspicion. So before they can have access to communications. So this is being reduced to reasonable suspicion. And that is a very bad thing. Another thing that is being done with this bill, and I'm going to read it because before they could make these requests to ISPs for personal information, but now government officials can have access to simply by picking up the phone. So who is a public official? That is someone who has been appointed for the execution or the control of federal laws by using different laws. So I can think of many people of who that includes. For example, municipal mayors. Some of them are good, some of them are not as good. Do we trust them to ensure that there's no abuse of this bill? So the door is being opened even wider, Mr. Speaker. We've also said that this bill was studied in committee. The NDP moved 37 amendments. All of them were rejected. And we heard numerous witnesses, and contrary to what the parliamentary secretary just said, they were not all in agreement with this bill. And I would like to point out what the mother of Amanda Todd said. Her name is Carol Todd, and she said, I don't want people to interfere in my privacy, and I don't want the privacy of young people be exposed. I don't want personal information be exploited without a protection order being issued. I don't want any Canadians to be harmed on behalf of my daughter. I want I want this bill to be a good thing for all young people. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that she would have been very happy if we had split this bill, because she does not want the legal threshold to be reduced. She doesn't want her private information to be given without a warrant to government agencies on behalf of her daughter, and I think that she made that very clear. Now, Mr. Speaker, something else that the committee could not evaluate because it happened afterwards was the Spencer decision of the Supreme Court. This was an extremely important decision, and it made something concrete that had been vague. This decision, under this decision, names, addresses, and telephone numbers of customers and IP addresses cannot be accessed without a warrant. But C-13 contains a clause that says that there's a legal limit for people who share this information without a warrant. So, Mr. Speaker, there are very grave doubts that this part of the bill would hold up to a constitutional challenge, and we think that those parts of the bill will be blocked. So why were we not able to sit down and evaluate that altogether? Because we know that the Conservative government lacks a certain amount of respect for the Constitution and for Supreme Court rulings. We saw this with the process to nominate or appoint the Supreme Court justices. But this is the responsibility of the government to ensure that all of these bills that it wants to apply and enforce respect the Canadian Constitution. That is their basic duty, Mr. Speaker. And when they say that, yes, there was a review, there were legal experts who assessed the bill to ensure that it was constitutionally sound, well, that's all very well, Mr. Speaker, but the Spencer decision came down after the bill was drafted. Mr. Speaker, something else that leaves me perplexed is that the government refuses to respond to this. They're claiming that everything is all very well in the bill and that it's constitutional, despite the grave doubts of many experts, that it will pass the Charter Challenge further to the Spencer decision. But something that is interesting is that we might expect that the government would respond, but instead it was the Internet service providers who responded. Rogers say that they're no longer going to provide information on their customers. So why doesn't the government take its responsibility and say, okay, we're not going to make those requests, because that would be the responsible thing for the government to do. But instead, it came from the other side, and that troubles me greatly. Mr. Speaker, I am in full agreement that the Act needs to be amended. It needs to correspond to the modernization of technology and the new problems that are arising and that our society has to confront. There are so many new things that are happening and things are evolving, and we need to remain relevant, but we must never put the protection of people before the protection of private data. And the Conservatives want to, they're trying to say it's a balanced law, but it's not. And it is very likely not constitutional. So it's a shame, Mr. Speaker, and I am afraid that once we open the door to access to private data, sure, there are exceptional cases, but once the door is opened, it will open wider and wider, and where will we end up as a society, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
Question et commentaire. La députée de...
The Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to commend my colleague and underscore her contribution to this debate. And the question is really, why was the bill not split into two as was requested by the NDP in committee? Because it would have been easier to satisfy the requirements of cyber, the scope of it would be easier to control cyber bullying while protecting personal information. Now there's going to be an intrusion into people's private lives, and we don't know how far that's going to go, and this bill doesn't limit that in any way. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, that's right. We asked for the bill to be split. The part about cyberbullying has specific provisions to counter the phenomenon of distribution of non-consensual images. That could already be a part of Canadian legislation. We could already have been protecting children, and the government decided to put ads on TV to announce its fight against cyberbullying, but it's not law yet, Mr. Speaker, and it could have been law long ago if people had been able to work together. And there's nothing that is sadder to see that I have to spend 15 out of 20 minutes of my speech. I have to devote that to privacy, because I would have liked to have been able to talk on behalf of victims of cyberbullying across Canada and in my riding to say that we're going to do something, we're going to act all together. But unfortunately, they mix the two together, and we have to debate both at the same time. Another thing, Mr. Speaker, is that after the Supreme Court ruling on Spencer, there might be parts of this bill that might be unconstitutional. And what will that do? Well, that will block the entire bill instead of just being able to have a section on bullying. Well, let's fix that. Let's get that settled. Thank you.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments?
Jill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My thank you to my colleague for an excellent speech expressing our opposition to this bill. And my question is somebody who also deals a fair bit with issues surrounding cyber misogyny in particular, and the attack on young women and women of all ages online that is especially vitriolic. I'm wondering if she could speak to the way in which this bill actually does nothing to deal with that kind of cyberbullying, and in fact this government's agenda when it comes to women and discrimination against women in our country is left wanting, and yet they use examples of cyber misogyny and tragic examples to be able to drive this egregious agenda. If my colleague could speak to that.
La députée de Terrebonne.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, my colleague is right. Unfortunately, there are women who are particularly affected by misogynist comments on internet. We saw the situation with Amanda Todd. There were sexual images of her, and those images were shared because, unfortunately, sometimes people see women as sex objects. And it's something that we called upon for, and my colleague from Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord moved a motion to work on the prevention aspect, and I think that's essential, and that is completely missing from this bill. When we can sit down together, we can say, well, what are the basic problems with this bill? What is provoking this problem? What is the root cause of these cyberbullying messages on the internet? Why are people sharing sexual images in a non-consensual fashion? What is the actual root of the problem? Because we can penalize people all we want, but if there are no preventive measures in place, Mr. Speaker, then we're not tackling the problem at its root. And I think particularly with regard to the situation of women who are victims of these types of attacks, it is the whole question around prevention. It is something that needs to be attacked.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you know, and as the Conservative members know, and the members on this side, there's a great deal of suffering caused by cyberbullying, whether it be young women, but also young men, and especially young people who have not yet completed high school. They're very weak with regard to society, and I would like to verify with my honourable colleague, did I understand that she said that the government is mismanaging this file by attaching intrusive provisions with regard to cyberbullying, and I think that she clearly showed that the privacy matter needs to be split off from cyberbullying. Could she tell us why? The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is something that we've been repeating over and over because we should be able to separate the two. What do people deserve? They deserve a debate just for them where we can really address the problem and tackle the problem of cyberbullying and the provisions that will help to fix these problems. Now I'm going to repeat that, yes, obviously we require prevention as well, but the fact that these two aspects have been combined together, and I'd just like to come back to what Carol Todd said. She said she said that she didn't want her daughter to be the reason for people interfering, for people having their private lives interfered with. So why can't we just pass the part on cyberbullying and the non-consensual distribution of images and look at the other aspects after that, especially given the Spencer decision, because that that's a real game changer, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate many of the comments that the member has made. And one of the concerns, and I've expressed this in the past, is that nowadays through the internet, the amount of exploitation that takes place is exceptionally high, and it has been that for a number of years. Cyberbullying takes place every day. And the need for legislation has been there. Again, we could probably go back for a number of years. We've had opposition, whether it's Liberals or New Democrats, that have brought forward legislation to try to deal with some of these problems. Yet today we have a piece of legislation, and in recognition of just how bad we need some legislation, I think that we're giving support to it. But having said that, I'm wondering if the member might want to provide some comment in regards to lost opportunities in terms of not being able to pass more progressive legislation earlier, because many aspects of this legislation actually received quite overwhelming support from all political parties, certain aspects of it, Mr. Speaker. And had the government acted on those portions, we could have had legislation dealing with cyberbullying and exploitation over the Internet dealt with a few years ago. Would you not agree?
The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Certainly, Mr. Speaker. And in response to the member's question, I'd like to underscore the excellent work done by my colleague from Dartmouth Cole Harbour, who moved a bill that contains provisions that are very similar to what was proposed in the first pages of this bill. And we could have acted on this concretely. We could have adopted the motion of my colleague from Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, who, because he put forward a motion to study the matter of cyberbullying and to find preventive solutions, but unfortunately, the Conservatives voted against the motion of my colleague from Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, and so it's a real shame, Mr. Speaker. And to respond to my Liberal colleague who put that question to me, I'm extremely disappointed that they're supporting this bill, and they're supporting the violation of privacy.
Before we get underway on resuming debate with the honourable member for Malpeque, I'll just let him know that we've got about 3 or 4 minutes before we'll need to interrupt for the usual statements by members, but he can get underway, and of course we'll have the remaining time when the House next gets back to this business. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Much like at second reading, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased but also troubled to speak on C-13, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Canada Evidence Act, the Competition Act, and the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act. I'm pleased, Mr. Speaker, that Parliament and Government is moving forward with measures to combat cyberbullying. It is, as many others have said, a scourge on our society and is especially troublesome, creating stress, strain, and in some cases a loss of self-worth among our youth. As my colleague, the critic for justice and the critic for rights and freedoms have stated, we support very strongly that aspect of the bill. Support measures that will provide law enforcement with additional tools to combat cyberbullying is an area where the criminal code needs to be updated to reflect the realities of modern technologies and these times. And Mr. Speaker, C-13 does a reasonable job in bringing the criminal code up to date. I'll speak a little further on other measures we believe beyond the criminal code that must happen to really deal effectively with cyberbullying. The criminal code can only be one aspect. We need to take many, many more measures in terms of prevention, awareness, etc., beyond the criminal code. However, Mr. Speaker, at the beginning I said I'm pleased, but I'm also troubled. I'm troubled because tagged onto this bill were measures of the old Bill C-30 on, quote, lawful access that so many Canadians spoke out against. Efforts were made to split the bill at committee, and yet despite the urging of the new Privacy Commissioner and many other witnesses, including Carol Todd, the bill was not split. And, Mr. Speaker, I see you're referencing time. I'll complete my remarks after a question period. Thank you.
The honourable member for Malpeque will have 17 and a half minutes remaining for his remarks when the House next resumes debate on the question. But now we're going to statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to recognize James Noddle of Newmarket, Canada's first recipient of the 75th anniversary Second World War National Tribute. James answered the call of his country to serve as a driver mechanic with the Ontario Tank Regiment. His job was to retrofit Sherman tanks into recovery vehicles and find and repair major pieces of artillery damaged in battle. He wrote in his memoirs, "Our skills were mightily tested as we kept the meager equipment operational on the battlefield, on the sides of mountains, through railway tunnels, across mine-infested roads, while under constant enemy fire, for the final push through Italy into France and finally Germany." Mr. Speaker, it was my privilege to present this special tribute to James Noddle at his 100th birthday party last Sunday. James, a grateful nation, thanks you for your service. We will never forget.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Today, October 10th, we celebrate World Mental Health Day. It's an opportunity to promote healthy lifestyles and underscore the central role that mental health plays in our overall well-being. It's also the opportunity to remember that nobody is immune from psychological distress, and this is particularly true for the brave men and women who proudly serve their country in the Canadian Armed Forces and who have returned with psychological injuries that cannot be healed. Since 2002, the number of Forces members with PTSD has almost doubled, and the despair of our troops and their families is very real. Unfortunately, the resources in place to help them are far from sufficient. What's worse, those who are considered not to meet the definition of universality of service are left without resources and sometimes without a pension. Mr. Speaker, this situation is unacceptable. It's time that this government gave our forces members and veterans the respect they deserve. The government must act now to give them the help and resources they need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Mr. Speaker, in Iraq, 100,000 Christians have fled their homes. Humanitarian aid workers and journalists are being decapitated. Women and girls are being forced to suffer horrific abuse. And anyone who disagrees with these things becomes a target of violence. What are the root causes of these problems? What are the root causes of this violence and misery? It's clear the root causes of these problems are terrorists from ISIL. And I'm proud this House voted to do something about it. ISIL is a serious threat. ISIL has explicitly threatened Canadians. ISIL has robbed, raped, and murdered thousands of innocent people. Canadians across the country agree someone should do something about it. So what are we going to do? We can't just hope that ISIL goes away. We can't just hope someone else will fix the problem. I commend members of this House who voted to allow our troops to conduct airstrikes against ISIL. The world needs Canada to take action to defend the defenseless victims of ISIL and to stop these terrorists.
Hear, hear. Vanier.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Mr. Speaker, the first International Summit of Cooperatives was held in Quebec City in October 2012. The second summit, which I had the pleasure to participate in this week from October 6th to 9th, also in Quebec City, was also a great success, bringing together more than 3,000 participants from 93 countries. Some very important issues were discussed, including the role of the cooperative movement in ensuring our ability to feed the world, ensure our health, and contribute to sustainable development. It's particularly appropriate that the summit ended on the eve of Co-op Week, which will be celebrated across Canada from October 13th to 19th.
A good way for us to celebrate Co-op Week would be for MPs to visit cooperatives in their riding during that week. The cooperative model has been a proven structure for more than 100 years in Canada that greatly empowers each member, resulting in a wonderful combination of business success and social responsibility, which plays an important role in the economy and in the betterment of our communities.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Orleans.
Speaker, Canadian families are getting ready for family gatherings over this Thanksgiving weekend, and I believe this is a good opportunity for us to humbly give thanks.
We give thanks for this opportunity we have of living in Canada, the best country in the world.
Thanks for our brave airmen and women and humanitarian workers that are leaving for Iraq, risking their lives to help create a safer future for the Iraqi people and to protect us all from terrorists. We give thanks for the farmers who make sure that we have healthy food to eat.
We give thanks for the strong community spirit that exists in Canada and for Canadians' willingness from coast to coast to work as volunteers to better people's lives and help those who need it most.
In this spirit of giving, let's not forget the less fortunate or those who are left alone.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. October 16th is World Food Day. This year's theme, Feeding the World, Caring for the Earth, was chosen by the General Assembly of the United Nations to promote family farming and small-scale producers. Canada's small farms feed entire cities and are the foundation of the rural economy. Unfortunately, however, 8,000 family farms have disappeared under Conservative rule, and 2 million Canadians are at risk of undernourishment. The UN has even expressed concern about food security in Canada's Aboriginal communities. The NDP has proposed a pan-Canadian food strategy to strengthen the supply chain from our farms to our processors to our dinner plates. Canadians deserve policies that ensure that everyone can eat well. Canadians deserve an NDP government that will stand up for family farms.
The honourable member for London North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women, I'd like to invite all Canadians to celebrate International Day of the Girl on October 11th. Each year on this special day, we celebrate the hope and inspiration that girls and young women represent for our families, our communities, and our country. This day also brings attention to the needs of girls throughout the world who so often face violence and poverty, as well as inadequate education and health care. That's why I'm proud of the Government of Canada's leadership role in having the United Nations declare the International Day of the Girl. On October 11th, I hope all Canadians will find ways to support and celebrate girls and young women on this unique and very special day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pickering Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, the Canada Green Building Council has named Dumbarton High School of Pickering in my riding 2014's greenest school in Canada.
Yeah, congratulations.
Of the many schools invited to participate, Dumbarton High displayed exceptional progress in reducing their impact on the earth and raising necessary environmental awareness. The school has started an Enviro Club geared towards helping the school's community become more environmentally friendly. It has worked on an on-campus biodiversity program in which they planted 70 trees and 22 native species in an effort to reduce the school's reliance on air conditioning and participated in local parks rehabilitation efforts. This achievement did not come easily to the school, but as a result of hard work, commitment and passion from students and staff. They have made their school proud. I am honored to share with this House that I am part of a community and a city, Pickering, which has one of the greenest schools in Canada.
Congratulations.
The honourable member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise today to mark this year's Citizenship Week. I would like to once again congratulate the new citizens of Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. In September, 74 residents of Saint-Hubert and Saint-Bruno-de-Montarville became Canadian citizens. Canada has built a long-standing international reputation as a country with immense cultural diversity. And we are known around the world. However, there are still too many people waiting for Canadian citizenship. Delays in processing sponsorship and family reunification requests are all too often preventing people like you and me from building a life in Canada. I would like to say to the government that by working together, we can make Canada an even brighter beacon for new immigrants. And we can build our history together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, next week Canadians are invited to join together to celebrate Citizenship Week. This is an opportunity to reflect on the many freedoms, rights and responsibilities that we enjoy as citizens of this great country. It is also an ideal time for all citizens to reaffirm their commitment to Canada, our values and traditions. Mr. Speaker, since 2006, more than 1.5 million new citizens have made a permanent connection to Canada. We are proud of this record, and we continue to ensure we welcome even more new citizens to the Canadian family. With our government's recent changes to the Citizenship Act, connections to Canada are being strengthened, and newcomers are seeing their applications processed more quickly. Next week, thousands of newcomers will become Canadians at poignant ceremonies from coast to coast to coast. I invite all Canadians to take part in Citizenship Week activities across Canada to celebrate all that it means to be Canadian and to show the world that we are Canada proud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to highlight an important milestone in my writing, but first, I would like to pay tribute to a great Canadian, Mr. Germain, a Normandy landing veteran, introduced to the House last June, who passed away on September 23rd, just days after being awarded the prestigious French Legion of Honor. We will never forget. Meanwhile, the small municipality of Stoke is celebrating its 150th anniversary. Small, you say? Well, geographically, it's bigger than Sherbrooke. Stoke is a great place to live and work and play. It has mountains visible for miles around, the Canadian Cross-Country Ski and Biathlon Training Centre, and a strong agricultural sector represented by Industrie Mario Côté, la Ferme Lieutenant, la Millerie Lune de Miel, la Boulangerie Bertrand, les Charcuteries et les Salaisons Oral-Téberge, to name just a few. And next Saturday, I'll be eating local products at Oktoberfest. For 150 years, generations of citizens have rolled up their sleeves to build a proud, united, courageous, prosperous, and fertile region where the values of hard work, equality, and justice are upheld. Congratulations to the people of Stoke.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland.
Speaker, the anti-trade NDP are at it again. Yesterday, the NDP attempted to gut the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement. They tried to remove the investor protection provision from that agreement. Now, this is something that's contained in almost every modern free trade agreement worldwide. Now, but not surprisingly, the Liberal trade critic didn't show up to help stop the NDP's anti-trade agenda. But then again, she hasn't attended a trade meeting in the 10 months since she's appointed the critic. So, Mr. Speaker, while the Liberals and the NDP are playing hooky, our Conservative government is focused on what matters Canadian, growing the economy and helping to create jobs. Absolutely. Now, since coming to our office, our Conservative government has created almost 20% more jobs on a per capita basis than our closest competitor. In fact, Statistics Canada just announced today an increase of 74,000 net new jobs in September, with the vast majority of these jobs being full-time, Mr. Speaker. Only this Prime Minister and this Conservative government will stand up for the economy of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Office of Religious Freedom was notified of a possible plan to target and kill Ahmadis in Lahore, Pakistan, by that country's largest terrorist group known as the SSP. Local sources have said that the SSP is vowing to teach the Ahmadis a lesson. Threats like this are not to be ignored by anyone. We will all remember May of 2010 when an attack in Lahore, Pakistan killed 90 and wounded another 120 Ahmadis. These brazen attacks were carried out in two Ahmadiyya mosques during prayers against men, women and children who simply wanted to worship in peace. Canada needs to move quickly to engage with Pakistan in a way that ensures the safety of all Ahmadis. Religious freedom and security are not just notions for Canadians. They are basic human rights, and Canada must do what it can to protect those freedoms around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Botinière, Chute de la Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, who is telling the truth? Who is really leading the Liberal Party of Canada? The question must be asked, are there highly placed people other than the leader pulling the strings? Every day we see that no one in that party has the same position as anyone else. When the Liberal leader says that he doesn't support the mission in Iraq to fight ISIL, is he speaking for highly placed operatives? And when the member for Westmount Ville-Marie says that the Liberal Party supports the troops, is he speaking for the Liberal leader? Mr. Speaker, Quebecers and Canadians have the right to know who is making decisions in the Liberal Party, who gives direction, who really controls the leadership of the Liberal Party of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
Mr. Speaker, the Employment Minister is once again using his office for political party purposes. Just before the last election, the NDP obtained Conservative Party plans to campaign in, quote, very ethnic ridings, a partisan plan drawn up on ministerial letterhead. Now, the minister is spending his days on Twitter, sending out crudely drawn attacks on opposition politicians. But it's not the minister himself firing up Microsoft Paint to put block letters on opposition faces. No, Mr. Speaker, it's his staff who are putting this together. Even the Canadian Taxpayers Federation has had enough of his antics. And who can forget this very same minister last year tweeting out how he thought it was, quote, a good thing that his staff were not unionized. So while the mess he has made of the temporary foreign worker program spirals out of control, the minister and his staff were devoted to the one thing they really know how to do well, coming up with LOL cats. Canadians deserve better.
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I had the honour to welcome the Prime Minister to the Durham region and to an exciting announcement at the Abilities Centre in Whitby, where he said the child fitness tax credit will be doubled. Mr. Speaker, all families know the rising cost of enrolling your kids in hockey, soccer, dance. These are real needs for each family, and over 1.4 million families benefit each year from this tax credit, including mine with my children Molly and Jack. Yesterday, the Prime Minister announced that we're doubling the child fitness tax credit and making it fully refundable, allowing more low-income families to benefit directly. Mr. Speaker, on top of this, we have the universal child care credit, the child tax credit, the children's arts tax credit. In total, each Canadian family is saving approximately $3,400 a year, Mr. Speaker, under our government. I want to thank the Prime Minister for putting families first more than any other leader and wish Canadian families a happy Thanksgiving.
Oral questions. Question orale, la députée.
The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Canadians are ending this week with as many questions about this government's ill-defined combat mission in Iraq as they had at the beginning of the week. One thing has become clear. The Conservatives are forcing Canada into this combat mission with little planning and no real answers about our goals or exit strategy. This sets up an impossible situation. How can the Department of National Defence produce a plan for a mission that has no clear direction from this government?
Right. The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely clear what the direction is. Under the leadership of President Obama, 60 countries have joined a coalition to oppose ISIL, and Canada is determined to do its part to stop this terrorist organization of extreme views, unlike any we've seen before, from continuing its rampage against civilians, from continuing to kill civilians without discrimination. Mr. Speaker, that includes a military component, that includes the Royal Canadian Air Force, and we're proud of the part that they're preparing to do.
The member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Let's take a simple example. The government boasts about wanting to protect Canadians from ISIL, but at the Parliamentary Committee, we saw that the reality is quite different. The government has shown that it's unable to fight against radicalization of some individuals. How is it that 130 individuals left Canada to participate in terrorist activities without triggering any type of action from the government? Why didn't they do anything? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we take the terrorist threat very seriously in Canada, and that is why we put in place legislation to fight terrorism, which specifically enables us to lay criminal charges against individuals who want to travel to commit acts of terrorism. Why did the member opposite and his party oppose that legislation, that essential legislation for the safety of Canadians?
Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
And it's not just the plan to fight ISIL in Canada that's problematic, Mr. Speaker. For several days now, we've been asking questions in the House to know if the Conservatives intend to conduct military operations in Syria. The government has refused to answer the simplest of questions. The Conservatives didn't include Syria in their motion, or if they did put it in there. So why did they put Syria in their motion if they don't plan to go there? Why this lack of clarity? The Honourable Minister of Citizenship. Mr. Speaker, the combat mission involving Canada is very clear. We are not undertaking any military action against any state. We are undertaking military action, military action against ISIL. The real question, Mr. Speaker, is that we will be taking this action in Iraq. But the question is, Mr. Speaker, is why did the NDP go to such great lengths to ensure that Canada doesn't participate in this international effort? The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, as the work by Malala Yousafzai for education of young women was recognized for the Nobel Peace Prize, and I take this opportunity to congratulate her wholeheartedly, the Conservative government has refused to reinvest money in the Global Partnership for Education, which does a great deal of work to help educate young girls. Does the government intend to reiterate or renew its commitment to education for all by contributing to the Global Partnership for Education? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, education of girls particularly has been one of the focus points for Canada's development dollars. I look at what we were able to accomplish in Afghanistan with the millions of girls who are now able to go to school. So we have a great reputation on that. We will be considering the Global Partnership for Education as its replenishment conference comes forward.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Speaker, the replenishment conference in fact took place last June. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure I speak for all members in this House when I congratulate Malala Yousafzai, who has been recognized for her courageous work on behalf of girls' education with a Nobel Prize. It is truly deserved. Malala asked Canada to make a pledge to the Global Partnership for Education, which held its replenishment conference last June. But the government has made no pledge at that conference and none since. When will the government renew Canada's commitment to education for all?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question, and yes, indeed, the replenishment conference did take place last June. But, Mr. Speaker, there are ongoing calls for replenishment, and we are considering that. I've met with Alice Albright on several occasions. I know that she has had conversation with our Minister of International Development. As I said, education is of particular interest to our government to see the success, particularly of young girls, as we move forward in our development issues, and we will be considering our contribution.
The Honourable Member for Saint Leonard, Saint-Michel.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Industry said that the protection of copyright is important for Canadian companies, that to keep our economy moving. That doesn't seem to apply to news agencies. And the Conservatives wanted to use their content for attack ads. Will the government abandon its plan, its petty and unfair plan? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, first and foremost, we're not going to comment on rumours and speculation within the Liberal Party, but we certainly will make our position clear that there is public interest in ensuring that politicians are accountable for their actions, accountable for what they say in public settings, and major television networks should not have the ability to censor what can and what cannot be broadcast to Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Saint Leonard Saint-Michel.
The Minister of Industry once said, copyright matters to Canadian businesses that drive our economy. Well, it seems that won't apply if the businesses, our news organizations, and the Conservative parties want to steal their content for their ads. It's a tactic that we only see in banana republics. Will the government back off and drop this ill-conceived plan?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, David Lametti, who's a property and IP law prof at McGill and an aspiring Liberal candidate, said to this issue, and I quote, "Protecting political discourse or speech ought to be a priority in a democracy, even if we don't like or agree with the speaker or the content. Relying on copyright rights to do the work of restricting this kind of speech distorts the purpose of copyright and the balanced view that our Supreme Court has consistently articulated over the years." We agree with him, Mr. Speaker, and so should the opposition.
The Honourable Member for Saint Leonard Saint-Michel.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this government is trying to concoct a ridiculous excuse involving free speech.
It seems they mean free in that it won't cost the Conservative Party 1 red cent for all the footage they steal. It's hardly free when the exemption would apply only to political parties and no one else. Will the government please announce that they are dropping this hair-beared scheme?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, I know the opposition member well, and I understand why he's so adamant about this on this issue. I certainly wouldn't want his leader's quotes to be used over and over again against him as well. But, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, we believe that this has always been protected under the fair dealing provisions of the law, and if greater certainty is necessary, we're prepared to provide it.
Well said. Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, former Canadian Ambassador David Mulroney said it best. We have learned hard lessons from Afghanistan, one of which is that clear objectives are critical to avoid quagmires. The government's combat mission in Iraq does not have those. Last weekend, Mr. Mulroney was asked how to measure something like degrading ISIL, and he said, you can't. We need a clear, measurable definition of success, which the government has so far been unable to provide. What are the objective standards of success for this combat mission?
Yes. Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is absolutely right. We and this Prime Minister have learned a lesson from Afghanistan that is very important. It requires military effort to prevent a terrorist safe haven from emerging across the length and breadth of an entire country. And that's why we're supporting this military mission. It's 6 months in length. It's a very limited number of aircraft. It's to degrade the capacity of the Islamic State to deliver terrorism against the people of Iraq and around the world, Mr. Speaker. Those objectives are very precise.
Member for Ottawa Centre.
I didn't know delivering terrorism was one of the objectives, but Mr. Speaker, this is exactly why we are worried about this mission creep. Instead of saying, here are clear time limitations on our combat participation, or here are the military developments that will signal to us our mission has ended, we get nothing but evasiveness and rhetoric from the government. How can the Conservatives press ahead with a combat mission in Iraq and possibly, by the way, Mr. Speaker, Syria, with no clear plan and objectives?
Yeah. Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
No, Mr. Speaker, this time the honourable member is completely wrong. This is a counterterrorism mission with a military component. In Canada's case, it will involve airstrikes against ISIL targets so that they are no longer able to attack innocent Iraqi civilians or to attack us here in Canada or other allies and partners. What is different on the NDP side, Mr. Speaker, what is scandalous with this opposition is that they are unwilling to do anything of a military nature against a deadly terrorist threat.
Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The President of the World Bank is chastising the international community for failing miserably in its response to the Ebola pandemic. The World Bank estimates that the crisis may cost $32 billion by the end of next year. Our contributions have not reflected the scope of the emergency, yet our government is attempting to pat itself on the back saying, job well done. Where is the sense of urgency, Mr. Speaker? Will the government increase Canada's contributions to the World Health Organization?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, since day one of the Ebola outbreak in Western Africa, Canada has shown international leadership. We've been one of the top 10 contributors. In fact, Canada has contributed $35 million to leading international humanitarian organizations like the World Health Organization, like Médecins Sans Frontières, and like the Red Cross. We've dispatched 2 mobile lab units. We're contributing 800 to 1,000 doses of some of the most promising vaccine. Canada is a leader.
Absolutely. Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, last month the government announced that it would be spending $2.5 million to provide individual protective equipment, personal protective equipment to deal with the Ebola crisis. And this is absolutely essential to prevent the spread of Ebola and to protect equipment on site. However, shipments have been delayed and the epidemic is progressing. Why is the government unable to respond in time to the urgent request from the World Health Organization, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Canada is contributing $2.5 million worth of protective gear. In fact, the first shipments have already gone out, and we're working with the World Health Organization to prioritize the remaining shipments.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, the World Health Organization urgently requested Canada send 300,000 face masks to protect the people who are fighting the Ebola virus on the ground. To date, only 128,000 have been sent to Western Africa because the Conservative government is unable to find an aircraft to transport this material. How can the Conservatives justify that they're not in a position to find an aircraft to transport this equipment and save lives? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Obviously, the response in Western Africa is evolving, so I'm pleased to update the House that, in fact, that gear that was specifically mentioned has all now shipped, in part using the Hercules. The remaining equipment that needs to go out, we are working with the World Health Organization to prioritize, but those protective gear items have already now been shipped.
Excellent. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Mr. Speaker, 10 years ago, the government negotiated with pharmaceutical companies to extend their monopoly over patents. In exchange, companies had to invest 10% of their revenues into research and development in Canada. But the reality is that only 4.5% of revenues was invested in 2013. Why doesn't the minister put in place some controls so that these companies honour their commitments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
This is a vital industry to Canada, certainly in my home area of Mississauga, Brampton, and across Peel. This is a very vital industry. Canada is showing global leadership on this file.
Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the government is trying to change legislation to enable the Conservatives to use media content without asking permission from the broadcasters. When we've asked them if there's a single expert who supports them, the Minister of Canadian Heritage said that Michael Geiss was of their view. Once again, they led us in astray by misquoting him out of context. Does the minister know that Michael Geiss has criticized them on this very file?
Well, it's absolutely untrue that Mr. Geiss was quoted out of context. In fact, I have the quote right here. Copyright law should not be used to stifle legitimate speech. Attempts to use copyright to claim absolute rights over the use of a portion of a video clip is surely counter to basic principles of fair dealing in Canada or fair use. That's a quote, and it's pretty clear, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. The problem, Mr. Speaker, is that Michael Geist also denounced the tricks used by the minister, saying that the government is creating an awkward exception for its own interest. So, even the only person that the minister could identify, in the end, doesn't agree. In general, when you quote someone wrong, it's because there's something to hide. Why is the government attempting to change legislation to serve the partisan interests of the Conservative Party, as it did recently with its changes to the Elections Act?
I don't think it's this party that's actually trying to hide anything. We're actually trying to make it usable by parties when expressions are made by individuals that should be allowed to be seen by the public. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, if they didn't like my first quote, I've got another one from David Lametti, property and IP law prof at McGill University, an aspiring liberal candidate who said, relying on copyright rights to do the work of restricting this kind of speech distorts the purpose of copyright and the balanced view that our Supreme Court has consistently articulated over the years. I don't know if they want yes for an answer, Mr. Speaker.
Whoa. Member for Toronto Danforth. Mr. Speaker, you are twisting the words of experts like... Mr. Speaker, he is twisting the words of experts like Michael Geiss. The fact is, if this proposed change is an innocent one, why not make sure that you're fully honest, they are fully honest and open about it? So I asked yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I'll ask again, will the Minister of Democratic Reform ensure the full and fair debate on this, or will we yet again see an omnibus budget bill as a way to cloak a reform that has nothing to do with the budget?
Yes. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I feel bad for you this morning. The abuse that you're taking from the members of the opposition on these questions is just unacceptable. We certainly know who's twisting in the wind this morning. But, you know, Mr. Speaker, we're certainly not going to comment on rumors and speculation. Our position has always been clear. There is a public interest in ensuring that politicians are accountable for their actions, accountable for what they say in public settings. Why wouldn't the opposition want to be held accountable, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, on Wednesday, when the member for Wascana asked if the recent train derailment in Saskatchewan involved DOT 111s, those rail cars that also exploded in Lake Megantic and that are not shock-resistant enough, the Minister of Transport refused to answer. We've known since yesterday that several of those tanker cars were DOT 111s. Can the Minister ensure us that none of them were any of the 5,000 DOT 111s that were the most dangerous that she promised on April 23rd to take out of service within 1 month? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
The Minister has said, and we share, that we're relieved to learn there were no injuries involved in the particular incident. Transport Canada, of course, will cooperate fully with the Transportation Safety Board, who is responsible for investigating the causes of this particular accident. But what is clear, Mr. Speaker, is that our government has taken very strong action in response to the Transportation Safety Board's recommendations on DOT 111s to remove the least crash resistant and also to have an more aggressive than the United States, 3-year phase out on the DOT 111s. Mr. Speaker, we're taking action to ensure the safety of Canadians, workers, and our communities.
Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, again, there was no precise answer. To repeat, last April, the minister said the most dangerous DOT 111 cars would be gone within 1 month. So were they or were they not involved in the train wreck this week in Saskatchewan? The railway is saying these particular DOT 111s were not their cars. Indeed, they were supplied by the shipper of the highly flammable distillate. I'm sure that's a great comfort to the people at Clare, Saskatchewan, at Lac Megantic. How is the government requiring shippers, not just railways, but shippers too, to get these dangerous cars out of service?
Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, this from a member whose government was lax when it came to railway safety. We instead have been taking very strong actions, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about prohibiting the least crash-resistant DOT 111s, a 3-year phase-out or retrofit with respect to the remaining, Mr. Speaker, to bring them up to standard. And we're also in discussions with American partners in terms of a new standard, a tougher standard for these cars, Mr. Speaker. And what did the Transportation Safety Board, of course, say about that, Mr. Speaker? Ms. Tadjo said, and I quote, "I'm encouraged by the Minister of Transport's strong response to the Board's recommendations."
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Remembering Day of the Girl and inspired by the fearless advocacy of Nobel laureate Malala, we must reflect on the action needed here in Canada regarding Indigenous girls. 23% of female murder victims in Canada are Indigenous, even though they're only 4% of the population. Will the Prime Minister finally accept this ongoing tragedy reflects complex sociological issues, racism, sexism, poverty, foster care, education, and call an inquiry to keep Indigenous girls in Canada safe?
Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our action plan brings together many measures to combat violence against Aboriginal women and girls, and we on this side of the House are proud of it. Mr. Speaker, I'm also proud that on October 11th, Canada and the world is celebrating International Day of the Girl. On this day, our government recognizes girls as powerful agents of change and leaders of today and tomorrow. This government, with the help from Plan Canada, has worked tirelessly to make International Day of the Girl a reality, and Canada led the international community of the United Nations in building support for establishing this day, which is now celebrated both domestically and internationally. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House are proud of the International Day of the Girl.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, a poll by the Quebec Urban Transport Association shows that most Quebecers are calling for a greater contribution from the federal government to public transit. On the side of the government of Quebec, the Minister of Transport said that despite austerity measures, the provincial contribution to public transit will not go down. Will the Conservatives hear this appeal and invest more in public transit?
La ministre de l'Infrastructure.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, in the history of Canada, there's never been a government that has invested as much in public transit as we have. We're doing so in partnership with provinces and municipalities in respective jurisdiction, where the NDP wants to centralize everything in Ottawa. The interesting thing is that users want to pay a toll, but the NDP doesn't realize that. The Honourable Member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Mr. Speaker, in the budget received by transit companies, it is users who pay the most costs, 36% of the bill. The Quebec government contributes 21%, but the federal government only contributes 1% of funding. We in the NDP, we have long said that the federal government must do more for public transit. Will the government pledge to increase its contribution to public transit? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure. With regard to the just the gas and excise tax, we're talking about $600 million, Mr. Speaker, that the federal government transfers to the province of Quebec so it can distribute it to its public transit companies. And the CUTA, the Public Transit Society, has said that no government has done more than we have.
Transit infrastructure is urgently needed in the Lower Mainland to protect and develop the region's economy. TransLink is pushed to its limits and has resorted to telling commuters frustrated with service delays to lower their expectations and simply go for a coffee. When will this government come to the table with long-term solutions, address chronic underfunding, and when will they finally agree with New Democrats that Canada needs a national transit strategy?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
The solution for NDP, centralize everything in Ottawa. That's their solution. Only a list, Mr. Speaker. Evergreen Transit Line in Vancouver, $350 million. Surrey Maintenance Facility, $2,500,000. Kamloops Transit Maintenance Facility, $4 million. Kelowna Transit Maintenance, $2 million. SkyTrain Security, $30 million. That's a long list, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Yesterday, the minister tried to brag about investments in housing. Trouble is, only a fraction of the money is federal for Ontario. It's over 5 years, and the Toronto Community Housing Corporation is specifically excluded. This week's Vital Sign report found that 90% of residents in Toronto's apartment blocks are inadequately housed, and the waiting list for assisted housing has climbed to 77,000 families. Toronto Community Housing has specifically asked the feds for help. Why is this government refusing to address the housing crisis in Toronto?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, this government is making record investments in low-income housing across the country. We've initiated a new policy called Housing First. Just imagine, Mr. Speaker, now people who are homeless can now get a home, and when they then apply for a job, they can fill in, when it comes to filling out their address, an actual address. Imagine how much stronger that's going to make that application. We're supporting people who get jobs. That's the best social program. We're supporting housing in this country. We're getting the job done, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, I have been proud to see that Canada remains among the strongest international supporters of Ukraine's efforts to restore stability and implement democratic and economic reforms. Canada continues to call on Russia to follow through on its commitments to de-escalate the crisis and cease its aggressive tactics in Ukraine. Ukraine's sovereign territory must be respected, and the Ukrainian people must be free to determine their own future. Can the Parliamentary Secretary please update the House of Canada on Canada's latest moves to isolate Putin's autocratic regime?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
I thank the member from Pickering, Scarborough East. Mr. Speaker, as you may know, my family suffered under Soviet tyranny for decades. And while Canada is a global leader on tobacco control, in fact, a founding member of the World Health Organization's Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, I am pleased to inform this House that Canada will boycott the next meeting in Moscow. We stand with the people of Ukraine, and we will offer no legitimacy to the Putin regime's actions in Ukraine when it comes to these farcical international conferences that they try to pull out some legitimacy on. Putin's Soviet-style oppression techniques. Hi, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. A report by the government indicates that the shooting range in Saint-Maurice is contaminated because of the Department of Defense activities there. This area has 169 hectares of wetlands, which is a rarity in the northern shore of Montreal. The citizens from Terrebonne and area are worried because there is no decontamination plan. And the government, will the government tell us that it will be decontaminated soon and that protection will be guaranteed if the government transfers it? The Honourable Minister of Citizenship. Mr. Speaker, the health and safety of our men and women in uniform is our government's first priority, and the DND and our minister. We have made record investments in the sector of infrastructure, including to ensure environmental safety and to clean up property in many regions of the country, and will continue to do that. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lac-Ambourasque-Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow hundreds of people will demonstrate at Kakuna against the oil terminal. The Liberals and the Conservatives have discredited the environmental evaluation process, but they won't oppose it so that the Conservatives will do a real environmental assessment. This is more inconsistencies for the Liberals and their leader. The Conservatives are scorning the Quebec Superior Court injunction. The social license of this project is now impossible. Will the Quebec Lieutenant for the Conservatives, can he understand that, and will he help us stop this mess? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his interest in this issue, and I can assure him that projects will only go forward if they're safe for Canadians and safe for the environment. But the fact is that TransCanada has not yet submitted an application for the construction of a marine terminal, and if they do, then it will be carefully reviewed by the National Energy Board. At this stage, the only work being done is exploratory in nature. That work was carefully reviewed and authorized by departmental experts, contingent on very strict conditions.
Honourable Member for Gaspésie-La-Madeleine.
That should have been done was at Fisheries and Oceans, which wasn't done. They were supposed to come out with a scientific advisement, and they did not.
Visibly, this oil terminal project has no consensus in the region. The proponent has not shown that this project has social license, because all it would do would be to export Canadian oil that, without being refined, it would cause the loss of good jobs, and it is an unacceptable environmental threat to the St. Lawrence ecosystem. Why does the minister insist on defending a project that does not comply with the principle of sustainable development? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as far as I know, this member is a lawyer, not a fish biologist, but I can assure him that DFO has allowed this exploratory work to go ahead because it was clear that it would not result in harm to marine life. DFO has scientists that are specifically devoted to marine mammals, including the St. Lawrence belugas. They were involved in this file, and one of DFO's key priorities is the protection of marine life, and that's been the priority in this case as well.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-La-Madeleine.
Parliamentary Secretary to read the judgment, where the judgment clearly states that Fisheries and Oceans did not do its job.
The Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and the government are responsible for the current mess in Kakuna. The Conservatives have not been transparent, and they have muzzled federal scientists. They have undermined the environmental assessment mechanism so much that the process now lacks all credibility. And in addition, they are abdicating their responsibilities by allowing the proponent to drill right in the middle of a habitat of a threatened species. Will the minister admit that the Kakuna Marine Terminal project is a big mess and that it must be stopped? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would remind this member that the court case to which he refers was regarding provincial laws and provincial officials. It had nothing to do with DFO officials, or DFO's processes. And we are confident that DFO's process is diligent, thorough, and based on the best available science.
There you go.
Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, on a set-up question, the government used the chair of the Public Safety Committee to ask the minister about an alarming American news story with respect to a threatened attack on a Canadian mall. the security agencies under the minister's authority had to know this was old information, not accurate and misleading. Such inaccuracies can only undermine Canadians' confidence in the minister. For what purpose was the Minister of National Security using such misleading misinformation? Will he come clean with Canadians today?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rely on our national security intelligence and the great work of our law enforcement agency. And let me quote the director of C6, Michel Coulombe, who said to this Parliament, to the people Canadian, this very Wednesday, that the threat is real but not imminent. Mr. Speaker, I invite the member, I invite all parliamentarians to support this government in moving forward to provide tools to our law enforcement agency, to our national security intelligence, so they can do their work, track the terrorists, and keep this country safe. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Minister fails to answer my question, Mr. Speaker, but let's turn to what was said at the Public Safety Committee 2 days ago. CSIS confirmed there are 80 individuals returned to Canada after being involved in terrorist activities abroad. The RCMP said a number of individuals were under brisk investigation. Yet the minister, speaking from written notes and referring to the 80, stated they had, quote, violated Canadian law. How many have been charged, and are the remainder being tracked?
Minister of Public Safety.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, instead of trying to defend the indefensible, the political leader who is condoning acts of terrorism, the public safety critic in the Liberal Party has had the opportunity to put his questions. He received his responses in committee. The policy that we have implemented to fight terrorism works because the RCMP is investigating over 100 individuals who are potentially accused. Why? They are under investigation because we as a government have taken our responsibilities and we have put laws in place to protect our country. The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, Canadian citizen Judith Brassard has been charged with murder and she has been in a Colombian prison for 6 years. Last week, the enquête report showed that there were many irregularities in her file. Can the minister tell us what the Canadian government is doing to ensure that the rights of Ms. Brassard are being respected? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, while law does not allow me to comment on specific cases, I will take that up with the member after question period is over and ensure that the minister has all of the information for her.
Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. The Colombian ombudsman he himself denounced the irregularities in the trial of Ms. Brassard in 2012. But the minister's office did not budge at the time. We also need to think of Judith Brassard's 2 children who want to have contacts with their family on their mother's side here in Quebec. What is the minister doing to ensure the welfare of these children and the rights of their Canadian grandparents to see them grow up? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Cooperation.
I want to assure the House that we are providing consular services in this situation. The Government of Canada cannot exempt Canadians from legal processes, and consular's role is to advocate for the well-being and fair treatment. We will continue to do so.
For Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Mr. Speaker, our government announced support for 4 new research projects that will highlight the benefits of internal free trade to Canadian consumers. As we complete trade agreements abroad, our government is taking concrete action to free Canadians from the internal barriers that limit their success, movement and choice. Would the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry please update us on this announcement and the benefit that it is to Canadian consumers?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for this important question. Eliminating internal trade barriers will create jobs, boost economic growth, and lead to more choices for Canadian consumers. While we're encouraged by the progress to date, there is still work to be done to strengthen our national economy and global competitiveness. As Canada signs on to more international agreements, we must ensure that Canadian companies have the same opportunities right here at home. Yesterday's announcement will support essential work to show how free trade within Canada will directly benefit Canadians and our families.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, tens of thousands of Canadians all across our country are waiting to get their citizenship. They're waiting in excess of 3 years quite often, Mr. Speaker, because this government, this Conservative government, has created a crisis of paperwork, Mr. Speaker, in which it's taking often over 3 years to process a simple citizenship. My question for the Minister of Immigration, Mr. Speaker, is when is this Conservative government going to take the issue of processing times, Mr. Speaker, to the degree in which they will reduce it to under 12 months? When will that happen?
For citizenship and immigration.
I think that was a law.
Well, I'd like to thank Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for that lob question. It gives us a chance to talk about the progress we've made this year in only the first 7 months, creating 150,000 new citizens. That's a rate of success that was never seen under the Liberals. Processing times are coming down. They will be under 1 year by early 2016. The number of years the honourable member mentioned is completely false, Mr. Speaker, and he has a tendency to mislead this House on that front. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals voted against the statute.
La députée de Pontiac.
Well, member for Pontiac. When the government closed down the offices of citizenship and immigration, we could tell already that it was going to create major delays. But we would never have believed that over 2 years later, still many files have not even been processed. I have tons of them in my writing, Mr. Speaker. Some immigrants even have to resubmit their permanent residency application because their initial application expired. Come on, Mr. Speaker, that's absurd. What is the government going to do to speed up this process now? The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. Mr. Speaker, we are grateful to the Liberals and the NDP to give us the chance to talk about the progress that we are making with regard to these cases. Mr. Speaker, the processing time for permanent residency cases for new immigrants have drastically dropped because of the actions of this government, thanks to the investment made by our department. Mr. Speaker, we are still trying to clean up the backlogs left by the Liberals.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, later today, the Right Honourable Prime Minister and the Minister responsible for employment will be making an important announcement in Winnipeg on the Canada Job Grant. Already this year, the Minister for Employment has signed the Canada Job Grant agreements with all the provinces and all of the territories, Mr. Speaker. This is an excellent record. I was wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Employment can update the House on the status of the Canada Job Grant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the highly effective member from the Yukon for that terrific question. Yesterday, the Minister of Employment and Social Development announced that the Canada Job Grant applications are now available in Alberta. The same thing is occurring in the Northwest Territories. We're getting the job done. This is a terrific program. Now, Mr. Speaker, over the next 10 years, we're going to need over 300,000 new construction workers in Canada. 150,000 new workers in the petroleum sector, 145,000 workers in the mining sector. The Canada Job Grants can deliver guaranteed jobs at the end of this training. It's a good program. They should get on board, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the Prime Minister relates to the joint review panel of the proposed Site C development in British Columbia. The panel review is very clear that there will be significant effects that cannot be mitigated affecting hunting, fishing, and trapping rights of Treaty 8, Saltu, and Blueberry River First Nations. Their decision came down even before the Chilcotin Supreme Court decision. Will this government commit to saying no to Site C in deference to the established rights of First Nations in the area?
Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I am carefully reviewing, considering the panel's findings, and at this point in time, it would be inappropriate to comment any further. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have raised DI premiums for years at a huge cost to small business owners and workers. Now there's a job-killing tax, Mr. Speaker. The PBO says this wrong-headed approach will cost 9,000 jobs. Many workers in Thunder Bay Superior North have been cheated out of their EI benefits, and now even more will lose their jobs. Will the Finance Minister reverse his foolhardy approach on EI, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, let's hear from the people who actually create the jobs. CFIB says the small business job credit will create 25,000 person years of employment and called it, and I quote, fantastic news for Canada's entrepreneurs and their employees, and as such can only be a positive for the Canadian economy. Mr. Speaker, we are lowering EI payroll taxes by 15% and saving small businesses over $550 million. In contrast, the Liberals and the NDP are supporting a 45-day work year that would drastically increase premiums by a whopping 35%. Mr. Speaker, I've got great news. More than 74,000 jobs created in the month of September.
Order. The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, this week my riding office was inundated with calls further to the government's decision in favour of Canada's military involvement in the armed conflict that is raging in Iraq and Syria. The citizens of Montcalm are furious to see that this government is counter to our Canadian traditions in terms of international conflicts. Can the government explain to the citizens of Montcalm how bombing is going to restore peace in this area without creating new sympathizers for the Islamic State? The Honourable Minister of Citizenship. Mr. Speaker, this member represents a riding called Montcalm, so she should understand Canada's military traditions. It is the NDP. Its traditions are contrary to Canadian traditions. Canada has done its share for many international efforts against terrorism, and we're going to do our share this time too, Mr. Speaker.
This concludes the time allocated for oral questions for today.
Tabling documents. Dépôt de documents.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
1514, Victims of Bosom Report and Government Response.
Tabling documents. I see the government House Leader is rising.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 83.1, I wish to table a notice of Ways and Means motion to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 11, 2014 and other measures. Pursuant to Standing Order 83.2, I ask that an order of the day be designated for consideration of the motion.
Tabling documents. Dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Statements by ministers. Déclaration de ministre. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee of International Trade in relation to Bill C-41, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Korea. The committee has studied the bill and decided to report the bill back to the House without amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. Mr. Cleary, seconded by Monsieur Lapointe, moves that the second report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, presented on Monday, February the 10th, 2014, be concurred in. Is there debate? Debate? Therefore, the question is as follows. Encore, Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary, seconded by Mr. Lapointe, moves that the second report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, tabled Monday, 10th October 2014, be concurred in.
On division, I declare the motion carried on division. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présenté de pétition. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Orleans.
Eve of the International Day of the Girl, we are reminded of the important role that girls and women play in our lives and in our society. C'est donc un honneur de présenter.
And so it's an honour to present in this House a petition signed by Canadians from coast to coast to coast condemning sex-selective abortions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to say that the people of Laval are mobilizing to save home delivery of mail. I have hundreds of signatures from people from all across my riding who absolutely want to ensure that home mail delivery remains, and they ask the government, among other things, to explore new avenues to modernize this Crown Corporation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have three petitions to present. Two of them are focused on the condemning the discrimination against females occurring through sex-selected pregnancy termination. And I know that the issue of abortion is very divisive in this hall, but I do hope that everyone could agree and support that this is indeed a practice that we are concerned about. And the second petition is regarding a number of constituents who believe they just want to reassure themselves that C18 will not impact the abilities for our farmers to save, reuse, select, and exchange and sell the seeds. And I think, I've had an opportunity to chat with them and reassure them that our C18 does not intend to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Compton-Stansted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have here with me hundreds of people who signed a petition imploring the government and Transport Canada to give the Sherbrooke report on transport safety and security for air, to add that to the list that would allow the city of Sherbrooke to continue to use its airport and to develop this region which badly needs air links, and we ask for the support of Transport Canada to reverse their decision.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions here today, one with nearly 200 signatures from residents of Denman Island and Vancouver Island. They're calling for support for Motion 501, a national strategy for innovation, effectiveness, and cost-effectiveness in sustainable health care. And this motion, Mr. Speaker, you may know, calls for establishing regional centres for innovation, bringing together integrated medicine and allied professionals collaborate to research and document low-cost, low-risk health care options. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is a petition from some 150 residents of Vancouver Island asking Parliament to consult to review the Elections Act and devise some form of proportional representation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Speaker, I have two petitions to table. The first petition is with respect to the subsidies that the government had cut for the ACR line. It's actually, the petitioners are from Sault Ste. Marie, Richards Landing, Goulet River, Awairs Township, and Echo Bay in the riding of Sault Ste. Marie. They want to make sure their voices are heard. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that there isn't one passenger rail transportation in the world that is not supported by their government. So in order to be successful, the government needs to come to the table on this. The other petition that I'm tabling is with respect to increase to CPP and the fact that it's one of the most pressing economic issues that Canadian families face, especially seniors, of course, and the fact that the government will be taking out $11 billion from seniors' income is quite concerning, and they're asking that the government reinstate the age of 65 years, and I'm pleased to say that we would actually do that when we form government in 2015, Mr. Speaker.
Just a note to honourable members, there has been a couple of instances today. When presenting petitions, one usually avoids any sort of editorial commentary in reference to. There's been a couple of references on both sides of the House during the presentation of petitions this morning. Just something to avoid. The honourable member for Saskatoon-Wanuskewin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions here. This one is in respect to the fact that our law in Canada has been declared unconstitutional in respect to the current prostitution laws. And because a lot of women are forced into the sex trade and traffic, they don't want our country to be without law in this respect. So they're asking that it be a criminal offence to purchase sex with a woman, man, or child, and that it be a criminal offence for pimps, madams, and others to profit from the proceeds of the sex trade. The other important petition I have here, Mr. Speaker, is in respect to the fact that in Canada, a lot of people are now using ultrasounds so they can tell the sex of a child, and if the unborn child is a girl, to abort that little girl. And because most Canadians are against this abhorrent practice, the Society of Obstetricians and Gynecologists is as well. It's also the official policy of the Conservative Party of Canada to condemn discrimination of this sort. And so they're calling upon members of Parliament to condemn discrimination against girls occurring through gender-selective abortion.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, residents in my riding are continuing to sign petitions protesting the loss of home mail delivery by Canada Post. They call upon the Government of Canada to reject Canada Post's plan for reduced services and to explore other options to update Canada Post's business plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Pitt Meadows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And given that tomorrow is the International Day of the Girl, I'm pleased today to present a petition signed by British Columbians that calls upon the House to condemn discrimination against females occurring through sex-selective pregnancy termination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting two petitions signed from people in the Ottawa area, asking the Minister of Health in the House of Commons to support the Bill C-356, an act respecting a national strategy for dementia, tabled by the member from Nickel Belt, and asking also for a national strategy to be designed for dementia and the health care of persons afflicted with Alzheimer's or other dementia-related diseases.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if revised responses to questions Q642, 643, and 644, originally tabled on September 15th, 2014, could be made orders for returns, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that questions number Q642 revised, question 643 revised, and question 644 revised be made orders for return and be tabled immediately? Sure. Is that agreed? Yeah. Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed also? Yep. Agreed? Yes? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons.
Resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-13, Protecting Canadians from Online Crime Act.
When the House last took up debate on the question, the Honourable Member for Malpeque had 17 and a half minutes remaining in the time for his remarks. The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize that I've got about 17 minutes left. I expect I will not use that. So just to warn the next speaker who may be on the list, they should be here. I've spoken this bill before. Mr. Speaker, before a question period, I was outlining that that I was pleased, but also troubled to speak on C-13, and I outlined that that the Liberal Party is very supportive of the cyber bullying aspects of the bill, but troubled over the other parts of the bill, that really measures that were in the old Bill C-30 on lawful access that so many Canadians spoke out against. Efforts were made, and I'm disappointed that the government didn't accept those efforts by, I think, both opposition parties to split the bill. And it wasn't only the opposition parties that wanted to split the bill, Mr. Speaker. It was the new Privacy Commissioner, many others, including Carol Todd, who knows very well the difficult and troubling aspect of cyber bullying. And so the bill was not split, Mr. Speaker. But regardless of that, we do feel within the Liberal Party that the cyberbullying is such a scourge on society that we're going to have to put not only a little wine in our water, a fair bit of water in our wine, a fair bit, in fact, because we are very seriously troubled over the other aspects of the bill, but this tends to be what this government does. They'll put a couple of good points, add to it a whole lot of other material in the bill that really shouldn't be in that particular bill. So, Mr. Speaker, Liberals believe that a balance must be struck between civil liberties and public safety, particularly when it comes to warrants that may be intrusive and overboard. We do not support the measures that were in C-30, which even the government had to withdraw because of Canadians' outrage. Problem is, some of those points are back in this bill. Some of this bill duplicates the rejected Bill C-30, such as word-for-word reproductions of the changes on subsection 4887.c subbracket 1 of the Criminal Code, and all but one-word changes to subsection 492.1 and 492 re-warrants. We are very concerned about efforts to reintroduce, quote, lawful access, which the Conservatives promised was dead. Though the title is the Protecting Canadians from Online Crime Act, nobody is actually protected under this act. In typical government fashion, this is all about punishment rather than prevention. Complex problems like cyberbullying require more than blunt additions to the criminal code. This omnibus bill touches everything from terrorism to telemarketing, cable stealing to hate speech, and is, I believe, an affront to both democracy and the legislative process in terms of the way it was handled. What could have been a bill, Mr. Speaker, if it had been split, what could have been a bill on cyberbullying that I think would have had probably the unanimous support of the House is no longer possible. And what you're seeing from us is reluctant support because we have to, regardless of the consequences, deal with the cyberbullying side. So that is certainly why I'm troubled. And I want to turn to a couple of quotes, Mr. Speaker, that really outline the extent of that problem in terms of the way the government has dealt with this bill. There's an editorial in the Globe and Mail on November 22nd entitled "Not Without Warrant," and I'll quote from that. Quote, "Under current law, a wiretapping authorization will only be issued by a judge if police can show a reasonable ground to believe that an offence has been or will be committed. But under Bill C-13, wireless wiretaps can be authorized on the looser standards of reasonable ground to suspect. The editorial goes on. Why not, quote, why not make police applications for a wireless wiretap clear the same high legal hurdle as a traditional wiretap? And why is the government burying all of this inside an unrelated piece of legislation covering the highly emotional topic of cyberbullying? Parliament should be debating and voting on each measure separately on its merits. Once again, the Conservative government is engaging in unnecessary legislative acrobatics. Time to cease and desist. End of quote from the Globe and Mail editorial of November 22nd. And I'll read one more, Mr. Speaker. This is an editorial also on November 22nd from the Ottawa Citizen, quote, titled More Than Cyberbullying. And I'll just read a piece of it. Quote, if the government wants to make cable theft a criminal theft, or increase police powers to track online communications, it is perfectly within its rights to propose these things. There is no reason to bundle it in with a bill that has an entirely different purpose. The announcement about the bill calls it, quote, legislation to crack down on cyberbullying. This suggests the Conservatives never learned the main lesson from the Taves debacle, and are still trying to bundle and brand their legislation instead of simply defending its merits. So, Mr. Speaker, we're certainly not the only ones troubled about how the government approaches these bills, rams stuff through committee, and fails to really give a proper, legitimate debate to each item on its own merit. So at the end of the day, this place can be proud on all sides of what we have passed. However, Mr. Speaker, as I said, the cyberbullying issue is of such an urgency, we can't deep six, if I could put it that way, that aspect of the bill that we don't like. And we're really forced to vote with a bill that we're troubled over. So reluctantly, we will. But, Mr. Speaker, we will put a red flag on all those areas infringing on privacy that we are concerned about. And hopefully, in a future Parliament, we'll actually see democracy break out in this place, where committees in this House of Commons could do their job as the founders of this country envisioned it would be done. So let me close, Mr. Speaker, by saying that on the cyberbullying aspect, the criminal code is not the only instrument that needs to be embellished, if I could put it that way, in order to deal with the problem of cyberbullying. We believe that these legislative measures alone are insufficient to combat cyberbullying, and we urge the government to commit to a broader, more holistic strategy to deal with cyberbullying that also includes public awareness resources for parents and kids. In other words, Mr. Speaker, there really does have to be an education campaign out there, a publicity campaign, whether it's police forces or community leaders or whatever, that go into our school system and talk about the problem of cyberbullying and how this new technological world we live in can come back to haunt you and, in fact, is used to haunt certain individuals in society. And so, Mr. Speaker, in order to save time with that, I will close my remarks, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak at third reading on this bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Yukon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I must say you're doing a fantastic job in the chair today. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member talked about a broader and more holistic approach to to dealing with online crime and cyberbullying, and I wouldn't disagree. But, Mr. Speaker, the member speaks as though that's not occurring. And our government has made significant investments at the community and the local level, the provincial and territorial level, for victims of crime support. And I can remind the member that every time we do that, and all the budgets that we put forward that bring important programs on that holistic and broad approach that he's talking about, the Liberal members vote against those things. They vote against those measures. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is he able to look, is the member able to look at this bill as though it's not in a vacuum, but it's one more measure in a broad suite of things that our government is doing to protect victims of crime, to stop online bullying, to stop bullying generally, to stop assaults, to stop victimization? And will the member finally commit that when our government brings the monetary measures forward, the legislative measures forward, and the policy measures forward, that he will finally support those measures? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Malpeque.
You know, I get such a kick out of backbench members in the governing party, Mr. Speaker, who are always on their feet saying, well, my golly, you voted against that, you voted against this. What foolishness. What foolishness. Mr. Speaker, what happens at committee and in this place, there's always certain aspects that you may or may not like. And because you voted against a particular piece of legislation doesn't mean you dislike the whole of it, but the strategy of this government, Mr. Speaker, so that that member and others can get up and say, oh, my goodness, you voted against that, and try and use it politically. This place is supposed to, you know, the political business takes place during an election time, Mr. Speaker, and between elections, we should be doing good debate in here and respecting each other instead of that kind of malarkey we get from the government side all the time. But let me get to his point, Mr. Speaker. There is measures that the government has undertaken in terms of other aspects to deal with cyberbullying beyond the criminal code. I think there's a lot more that needs to be done. And that's what I'm expressing in terms of this bill. And I would say to the member in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, that if they'd have split the bill like we asked them to do, then I think you'd have had great support in this place in the cyberbullying side, so that you could then say, look, all parties supported what the government's doing. But I think the strategy of the government is they really don't want opposition parties to support them. They like to use the excuse you voted the other way.
Question et commentaire. La députée de Beauport.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. I'd like to thank the member from Malpeque for his remarks, Mr. Speaker, but I must say that I'm quite concerned with his back and the other parts of his body. He's contorting himself with his logic. Mr. Speaker, the bill is filled with measures that are very questionable, very dangerous. Look at the arbitrary nature of the situation. People are being exposed to seeing their information released, could fall into any hands. So how could the minister, how can the member rather, justify this situation?
For Malpeque.
Really, Mr. Speaker, it's not hard to justify. In that the cyberbullying, we can't wait around. We can't wait around for another what would be, if the legislation would have been split, it would have been easy. But in reality, there's a reality out there, Mr. Speaker, and that is people are falling prey to cyberbullying every day, and the risk is there. And so, while we don't like, and the member is right, there's some terrible aspects to this bill. Hopefully a future Parliament can deal with them. But cyberbullying in and of itself is of an urgent concern, and we feel obligated to, in fact, support that particular bill, part of the bill, while knowing full well that we really don't support other aspects of the bill. But we need to deal with that serious issue in Canadian society.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saint Leonard, Saint Michel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for a good speech. I know he went low-key. And I'm just wondering, with his experience, I want to perhaps give him a chance. With his experience, I want to give him a chance to explain, since this government's been in place, has he ever seen other types of bills where we've called them omnibus, with Trojan horses and all kinds of words we've used, but other examples where bills have been totally unacceptable and that all it's done is divide this House instead of trying to work for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Malpac.
Thank you, and I thank my colleague for that question. I'm just wondering, is he suggesting that low key for me is unusual? I don't know, but in any event, no, this isn't the only bill, Mr. Speaker, that the government. In fact, most of their bills are in fact that way. The budget bill, in particular, where there is endless pieces of legislation that are brought forward in the budget bill that have no relation to the budget. And I expect we're going to see the next budget have copyright in it, where the real strategy of the government is if they can find a TV clip of someone that they can use as an attack ad. That's why that's going to be in there. It's not going to be debated in its own right. It's just going to be thrown in likely with a budget bill, and the government is always up to those kind of tricks, Mr. Speaker. And this is a government that believes in division, divide, and wedge politics, and that's kind of sad to see in this country because it's importing the kind of debate that we see south of the border, which is really divisive and often unproductive. So I would encourage the government to come to their senses. I know it would take a lot, but to come to their senses and put legislation forward on the specifics of what the bill is supposed to deal with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And comments. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's quite ironic. I mean, here we have the opposition saying that they're reluctant to support the bill. Well, if they're reluctant, then they should know that they shouldn't be supporting this bill. The member knows full well that there was a court decision similar to what some of the language that is in here, and the court decision basically said that in light of the Spencer case, in which the Supreme Court of Canada ruled the day after the adoption of the bill by the Conservatives at committee that Canadians have a right to be anonymous on the internet, and police must obtain a warrant to uncover their identities, and yet this bill will actually prevent that from occurring. And so, when we look at the fact that the Liberals attempted to do something similar when they were in power, they tried to pass a bill, actually, that would amend the criminal code to allow police services to carry out lawful access on their networks. So my question to my colleague is, why are they supporting a bill that they say that they are reluctantly supporting? And do they actually firmly believe that it is actually proper for people's privacy to be infringed on, as is this law, knowing full well that this government continues to put bills forward that are very controversial in nature? They know that people are supportive of cyberbullying attempts to fix the situation, to address the situation, but in the meantime they keep putting like a poison pill in there. A poison pill that says, we're going to throw the kitchen sink because we know that it's not favorable for Canadians, and they won't be in favor of this, but by making them look like they are, that they are against a situation such as cyberbullying, which is not the truth, that they can actually gain points.
Well, member for Malpac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess the simple answer to that question is that we're hopeful that within a year's time, that we'll be able to get rid of the people that are putting those poison pills in the bottle, and so that there won't be poison pills in the future, and that we would have a government in this place that would be able to correct some of the concerns that I know the member has as well as we do. But, Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is, those that are impacted by cyberbullying right now, we can't wait a year. And you know, it's a difficult call, but it's a judgment call we believe in the Liberal Party we have to make. We tried and fought hard to split the bill so that we could vote against those aspects. We see the need for the cyberbullying part. It's a judgment call, and it's all about taking the right kind of leadership position, and I can tell you the Liberal Party's up for providing leadership to Canada and Canadians, and we're going to vote in support on the cyberbullying side.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yukon.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, I'd like to just confirm that I'll be splitting my time with the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Labour. And it's great to follow up on the heels of the member from Mount Peck, we certainly appreciate his reluctant support far more, I think, than we appreciate their responsible neutrality on other issues in this place. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that it's a great opportunity to be able to stand and be part of a government that understands the needs and challenges of Canadians, and that government gives us backbenchers, the lowly backbenchers, an opportunity to speak in this House, which I know the member from Mount Peck also has a tremendous amount of disdain for. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to speak to you today about Bill C-13, the Protecting Canadians from Online Crime Act, which proposes key elements to the Criminal Code, the Competition Act, the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act, in order to bring them up to date with 21st century technologies. This bill is both timely and vitally important. We so frequently remark that the world is getting smaller and smaller by the day that it's just a cliche. The barriers that distance us used to create between people, they're becoming less and less relevant, Mr. Speaker, as technology advances. The advent of the Internet, email, web addresses, and all this technology has meant that we can stay connected from almost anywhere in the world. These technologies have obviously brought about incredible opportunities for Canadians. It's increasingly possible for those Canadians to conduct business easily and efficiently on a global scale. You can keep in touch with your loved ones while you pursue opportunities in distant lands, and you can learn about the world that you live in using the vast resources that are available on the Internet today. So it's not an understatement to say that these new technologies have changed the way we live. But unfortunately, some of them have also changed the way crimes are being committed and the kinds of evidence that are left behind. They have made it possible, these technologies have made it possible, to commit crimes that transcend geographical borders. Existing methods of investigating just won't work in this environment. And no country can conduct these kind of cross-border investigations without cooperation from other countries. That's why Bill C-13 is so important. It will provide police with the tools that they need to investigate not only crimes committed here in Canada, but also transnational crimes. Crucially, Bill C-13 would allow Canada to ratify the Council of Europe's Convention on Cybercrime. This convention is the only international treaty that is specifically designed to provide a standard set of legal tools to help in the investigation and prosecution of computer and internet-based crime, as well as more general crimes involving electronic devices. It would also assist parties to the convention by providing them with a mechanism for international cooperation. Canadian police will be able to access the Criminal Code's new investigative tools in appropriate cases and coordinate with other countries for transnational investigations. I'd like to focus my remarks on the convention. The convention facilitates national and transnational investigations by requiring three principled things. First, it will require a minimum standard of offenses. It will require a minimum standard of investigative tools, and it will require a point of contact in each country that is available 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. The Convention requires signatory states to adopt a minimum set of standard offenses for computer-related crimes. For instance, the Convention requires that countries criminalize certain illegal uses of computers, like hacking. It also requires that all participating countries criminalize illegal interception, data interference, system interference, and misuse of devices, and of course, child pornography. These will help to reduce the overall incidence of computer crime by deterring the use of the states parties to the Convention as safe havens for criminal purpose. It is important to note that Canada already has a great set of offences to combat cyber crime, and Bill C-13 is designed to fill the gaps that remain. And Mr. Speaker, I can assure you those are very few. Making sure that all states parties have laws that are similar will allow for better cooperation in the investigative and prosecution of crimes that have connections to multiple jurisdictions. To this end, the Convention on Cybercrime will assist to ensure that Convention partners have compatible cybercrime-related offenses. But the Convention doesn't just deal with crimes themselves. The Convention also deals with the investigation of crime. Computer crimes that transcend national boundaries often leave behind digital evidence in multiple locations. The nature of investigations is changing, both in technique and in scope. The Convention would ensure that participating countries have the tools that they need to combat cybercrime at home, and equally important, that they are able to assist each other in the investigation and prosecution of crime at a multi-jurisdictional level. For instance, participating nations are required to adopt tools that will facilitate the tracing of communications and be able to order the production of data related to the routing of telecommunications. The bill contains amendments providing for such things, including preservation orders and demands. These powers will require the computer data that is vital to an investigation to be preserved from the destruction, so that police have the time to obtain the warrants or orders to obtain that data. Importantly, the Convention requires participating nations to have readily identifiable contacts to increase communication and cooperation on investigations. Specifically, it requires that each country designate a point of contact that would be available 24/7 to give immediate assistance to those kind of investigations. Knowing who to call in another country can make all the difference to an investigation involving electronic evidence where time is literally of the essence. For example, in the time that it may take to identify the responsible foreign authority, information important to an investigation could be lost forever. And that, Mr. Speaker, is what's becoming a real party to the Convention on Cybercrime is all about. It's about making sure that Canadian investigators have all of the tools that they need at their disposal to conduct efficient and effective investigations, both in Canada and in the context of investigations that reach beyond our borders. It's about making sure that we're not in this fight, the fight against cybercrime, alone. It's about taking responsibility for our role as a nation in transnational crimes and supporting transnational investigations and benefiting from the assistance of our international partners in return. I hope that all members will support this bill so that Canada can join its partners in making the world a safer place. Finally, it should be noted that Canada is the only G7 country that has not yet ratified the Convention on Cybercrime. Further, all countries, including Canada, have publicly endorsed the Convention for its substantive and procedural framework, and it's a model for international cooperation. All of Canada's main partners recognize the Convention as a foundation on which international cooperation can be facilitated, and Canada's ratification of the Convention would extend the reach of Canadian law enforcement across the globe and enhance our ability to better protect Canadians. We need to do our part, Mr. Speaker, and encourage other countries to join us in rising to these important challenges. Ratification of the Convention on Cybercrime is a necessary step in that direction. And Bill C-13 will enable that. Thank you for your time, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Île-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Yukon for his presentation. Certainly, this bill has been a long time coming. I just don't understand why this government has been so slow in moving it forward. We proposed amendments during the process. They were rejected. That this could have brought this bill forward much more quickly. For example, in the past as well, one of our members in a private member's bill, Bill C-540, from the member from Dartmouth-Coles Harbour, has a number of the elements that are in the beginning of this bill were, in fact, in his private member's bill, and the government side rejected it. Why did this member vote against Bill C-540?
The honourable member for Yukon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that question. Of course, he is mentioning the speed at which this bill could have progressed through the House and the parliamentary process. And I think, Mr. Speaker, while I indicated in my speech that we were the only country left to sign the convention, that we're encouraging other nations to step up and do their part, it's also very important that we make sure we get this legislation right, within the context of the convention, but also within the context of a Canadian need, within the context of our own realities and our own challenges, with the advent of cybercrime, with the evolution of technology, and with the increasing complexity and increasing sophistication that both the perpetrators of these crimes are possessing and demonstrating, and the tools that our law enforcement community needs. So, Mr. Speaker, it was clearly important for our government to make sure that we got this piece of legislation right, that we were able to involve our stakeholders and our law enforcement partners in this decision to make sure that the tools that we provided them in this legislation were the ones that were going to be effective and the ones that were going to work. And I certainly hope that the member opposite and his party will join us in moving this legislation forward now at the right pace, with the right tools and the right support services that will help end this problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for his excellent speech. In my riding of Cumberland, Colchester, Muscatava Valley, this has been a huge, impactful issue for young people. And as a former school principal, I've seen firsthand the damage that cyberbullying can do and continues to do to our young people. In fact, unfortunately, in my riding, we've had over 4 young people actually commit suicide because of cyberbullying, in part or fully, because they were being tortured online, sometimes by adults, sometimes by peers within their own school community. In fact, I actually had the opportunity to sit with the Minister of Public Safety a couple of summers ago with the parents of children who had actually committed suicide due to ongoing persecution online, many times by their peers. This is absolutely an issue that we have to take hold of. I give credit to the Minister for bringing this legislation forward. It's very, very needed. I'm very proud of the fact that our government has stood in support of our young people across the country. So I would ask the honourable member to inform the House why it's so important that we pass this legislation now as quickly as possible so it can become legislation so we can step up and protect our children.
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for that important point in this intervention. And of course, Mr. Speaker, online cyberbullying and cyberbullying generally is prolific. Right across North America, in fact, reports are pretty clear and statistics are clear that the vast majority of bullying that's going on now is going on over the internet, with other forms of electronic tools, and that unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, in schools, and the impact on our youth in our school system is the single greatest effect. It's affecting attendance rates. It's affecting the health and well-being of our young people. It's affecting their self-esteem. And as the parliamentary secretary indicated, it in some cases is leading to very sad and tragic consequences. That can't be overlooked by any member of the House of Commons. It can't be overlooked by any party how serious this is. It's one component of this piece of legislation, but I think we would all argue in this place, Mr. Speaker, probably the most important part of this legislation is the cyberbullying component. So I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for raising that point. We need to get this through the House to make sure that we're protecting Canadian young people from these types of crimes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable
Secretary, to the Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm certainly very pleased to join this important debate on a Friday before Thanksgiving. So I also would wish everyone here a happy Thanksgiving and a productive constituency week. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak in support of Bill C-13, which of course is Protecting Canadians from Crime, Online Crime Act. And this is a bill which gives the enforcement officials the tools to conduct their investigations in a world which has moved from old-fashioned telephone calls and snail mail to a constantly evolving telecommunication environment. And I might date myself a little bit, but I remember, I think it was in the late 80s, early 90s, learning about the internet. So we look at what's happened since then. We've had giant computers, and now most of us sit here with our smartphones and our small iPads. An amazing change in the world. And to be quite frank, Mr. Speaker, our tools have not kept up with these enormous changes. So although the primary objective of Bill C-13 is to ensure that the criminal justice system is able to keep pace with this new environment, as well as changing the nature of how criminals operate, the government, of course, has to be attentive to the privacy-intrusive character of certain investigative techniques. And this is what I'm really going to focus my remarks on today. The media and through some commentators, Bill C-13 has been characterized as bad for the privacy of Canadians, and to be quite frank, that is not accurate. Bill C-13 actually enhances the privacy protections for Canadians. While a police investigative tool, such as a search warrant or a production order, will naturally impact upon a person's privacy, all the amendments included in Bill C-13 have been very carefully crafted to balance the pressing need to provide police with the effective investigative tools they need in the current environment with the constitutional imperative to protect the rights of Canadians to a reasonable expectation of privacy. And I think a good term for that is privacy with precision. The Criminal Code already contains several tools which allow police to obtain evidence of crimes. For example, there are judicial warrant provisions to allow the police to collect evidence themselves in real time, for example, through tracking of a person. There's also judicial production orders which allow the police to ask a third party to produce certain types of historical data or documents, for example, a record of phone calls. These current tools were designed and implemented before the advent of much of the technology and social media that we rely on today, making them inefficient in today's world and too privacy invasive in some respects. So the approach we've taken with Bill C-13 is aimed at ensuring that the privacy of Canadians is adequately protected while meeting the investigative requirements by providing police-appropriate investigative tools that have been judicially authorized for specific investigative needs. So, for example, C-13 would create new types of production orders to obtain specific information of less personal nature, such as the path of a telecommunication, rather than relying on the current general production order, which allows access to all types of information, including those of a more personal nature, such as the content of the data that has been stored on a computer. So, Mr. Speaker, police today basically have access to only one means of compelling the production of documents and data in relationship to the electronic evidence, the general production order. Whether they want to attain a library full of information on a suspect or one single piece of information, such as an email address, the police must use the same judicial protection order. To put it another way, and I think it's more illustrative, you can think of a general production order as a large net that authorizes police to catch everything within reach of that net. And I'm going to use a bit of an analogy here, coming from a family that loves to fish. If you think of the police as a fisher, the fisher would use this net to catch everything the net came into contact with, such as mackerel, cod, and salmon. It would be appropriate for the fisher to use the net if he or she was authorized to catch all those fish, and the fisher wanted to catch all those fish. In the same way, when police want all data and documents a third party has on a suspect, it would be appropriate to use the net. In this case, what we term the general production order. However, let's say the fisher is only authorized to catch a subsistence quantity of cod so that he may be able to put food on the table for his family. If he were to use a net, the fisher runs the risk of not only catching the cod, but also the mackerel and the salmon, which the fisher is neither wants nor is he authorized to catch. So for this purpose, the fisher should be using a more precise and a more specific tool. The fishing line and a jigger, I guess, is a good example. With the cod jigger, the fisher can catch his 3 or 4 fish and be on his way without fear of overcatching or taking fish that he doesn't want or need. In this vein, the new privacy with precision production orders in Bill C-13 provide police with tailored tools that grant access to specific and limited information. These specific judicial production orders are like the cod jigger, only capable of catching cod, for example. In the context of production orders, a specific production order would only give police access to a limited range of information which does not have an elevated expectation of privacy, such as historical data related to the tracing of a communication or historical data related to the tracking of a transaction. The use of these specific tools provides police with the information they want and need to continue an investigation, while of course at the same time ensuring that police are not over-obtaining the personal information of Canadians. These new tools under the reasonable suspicion standard have been crafted to reflect the leading decisions of the Supreme Court of Canada and mirror existing criminal code provisions, some of which actually date back to 1993. And I mention these because these proposed new production orders have been criticized for introducing the reasonable suspicion standard to the criminal code. Let me be clear, this standard is not new. It has been employed in Canadian criminal law since 1993. And on this point, I'm going to go back to my net analogy for one more step in relationship to judicial scrutiny. You could characterize this as a resource issue for police because for police, the difference between meeting the judicial standard of reasonable belief and reasonable suspicion is the amount of time and proof they need to meet each standard. In this regard, you could say that meeting the standard of reasonable belief is more resource intensive than meeting the standard of reasonable suspicion. For the fisher, this would be the cost of his equipment or his tools. The fisher must decide whether he will spend $100 on a net or $5 for a line. While the net would give the fish access to whatever is in the sea, the fisher may really only want a few cod for dinner. The net would be overkill and could catch things the fisher shouldn't be catching. So again, the fisher for this purpose should be using the cod jigger. And again, I apologize for the analogy, but I think if there's Canadians watching, sometimes those analogies do help make a little bit of sense in terms of what can be some very complicated legal issues. So conversely, if the fisher is entitled for a commercial catch and authorized for a certain tonnage, he probably would prefer to use the net. So for the police, it's more appropriate for them to provide more proof to the courts, spend more time preparing the application when they need all the data and documents related to a suspect for which there is high expectations. Conversely, it's also appropriate that they meet a lower level of judicial oversight when the information they want is limited and less privacy intensive. So, Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, I would like to emphasize that nothing in Bill C-13 would permit the police to compel the production of any personal data without a judicially authorized warrant or order. There are absolutely no provisions in this bill which would authorize the warrantless access of private personal data. In addition to the privacy with precision, the bill also includes other privacy enhancements. For example, C-13 proposes to increase the threshold for obtaining a tracking warrant in situations involving the tracking of an individual's movement. While reasonable suspicion would remain the test for obtaining a warrant to track the movement of a location of things, the government strongly believes that tracking an individual's movement is a much more serious infringement on the right to a reasonable expectation of privacy. Hence, the legislation proposes to actually provide a more stringent test that the police will have to meet before they can obtain a warrant to track an individual. So, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada is strongly committed to maintaining the rule of law through all of its legislation. It will continue to assure that such authority will be exercised, bearing in mind privacy interests and human rights protected in Canadian laws, such as the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Privacy Act, the Personal Protection and Electronic Documents Act, Bill C-13, Protecting Canadians from Online Crime Act is a prime example of this commitment. So, again, I'd like to urge all members in this chamber to support Bill C-13 and to see it in place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. La députée.
Question comments, the Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech with a great deal of interest. And to go back to her analogy, is she aware of the fact that, because she seems to be convinced that this bill does not allow for a situation where without a warrant someone could get access to personal information, but is she aware of a situation wherein there's a system is created whereby any government department or agency could send out a wide net to any ISP and pick up a huge amount of information? Is she aware of that? Because it doesn't seem to be clear. Maybe her government hasn't explained all of the details clearly, because there is that disposition in this bill. Is she aware and happy for that? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I need to reiterate that the investigative powers will be subject to appropriate judicial oversight. None of the lawful access, example, production orders, preservation orders, interception orders, and search warrant, permit information to be obtained in the absence of a warranty or lawful authority. So we have talked about how the world has changes, and I thought the NDP had maybe come along a little way in terms of recognizing these traumatic, significant changes in terms of what's happening out there, and how just the other day, just yesterday, there was another example of a young woman whose intimate images were distributed without her consent, and the devastating impact. So again, I have to encourage the opposition to not only support this bill, but to really recognize the importance of giving the tools and the moving forward in terms of making this a reality for Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, Mr. Speaker, there are over 700,000 Canadians who are victims of bullying every year. Particularly, this takes place through the use of cell phones. The member for Chicoutimi-Fjord tabled a bill, a cyberbullying bill, and the government voted against that bill. So if cyberbullying is so important for the government, if it's so important that we defend victims, why did they not vote in favor of that bill? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what we have with C-13 is a comprehensive bill that is going to get the job done. And I think it's also important to recognize that not only do we have this bill in front of us here, but we have many other measures. So we talk about the need for prevention, we talk about the need for education. This is one piece of an important puzzle, but what this piece of legislation does is it's comprehensive in terms of how it's actually going to tackle this issue in an effective way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires?
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-La-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, I think her presentation was thoughtful, and there were interesting elements to certainly consider. I do worry about her analogy about the small fishing boat and the fishermen. I'd suggest to her that there's the possibility that there's a fishing trawler in behind of that, sucking up all the information as it goes along. So I'd like to ask her, one of the witnesses we heard in committee was the Canadian Bar Association. They certainly thought that this bill went far beyond what's being discussed here, but also made major modifications to general provisions regarding search and seizure. I'd like to hear her comments on that.
Minister Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
What I did, Mr. Speaker, in my comments, and hopefully I did this effectively to reassure my honourable colleague, is talk about the different levels of tools depending on the issue in terms of what the police actually needed. And again, there are times when the information that is required is perhaps more precise in nature, and that's what this bill is giving the tool to do, versus the times when they actually need to have the more general production order. So again, what we've tried to do is recognize that it's very much a different situation in terms of small, targeted, precise information that continue to support the investigation versus the more general production order.
Okay, before we go to resuming debate in the honourable member for Churchill, I'll let her know that we have only 10 minutes remaining in the time allocated for government orders today, but she can judge her time accordingly, and I'll interrupt her, of course, at that time and give her the normal indication. The honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very pleased to rise in this House to speak to this important, very important bill. And I want to thank my colleagues who both in committee and in the House of Commons have defended our New Democrat position in opposition to this bill, and have spoken of what we expected, of what we proposed, in order to make sure that that this bill is indeed about putting a stop to cyberbullying, as it says it is. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, what we have here once again is a Conservative government using language, and in this case I would also argue using people that are in vulnerable situations to put forward a regressive agenda that has everything to do with attacking people's privacy, that leaves tremendous loopholes in terms of powerful actors gaining access to private information, and in fact does very little to put a stop to cyberbullying, which is a tragic and very serious and sometimes tragic, I should say, problem in our society. Mr. Speaker, you've heard from my colleagues as to why we do not support this bill. We put forward, I believe, 37 amendments at committee to improve this bill. We've indicated that whether it's the private members' bill put forward by my colleague from Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord for an anti-bullying strategy, or whether it's the bill put forward by my colleague from Dartmouth Cold Harbour to deal with sexual images and exploitation online. We've indicated that there are ways in which we can try and put a stop to cyberbullying and try and put a stop to the way in which too many people are exploiting the privacy, private images, and of course taking advantage of people, and in many cases young women, online. What I find most disturbing about this debate and this whole discussion around C-13 is the way in which the tragic stories of young women who took their own lives as a result of the cyberbullying that they experienced are being used by this government to push their agenda. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how many more ways we can say that this is wrong, that this is beyond disrespectful. It's frankly disturbing. I've had the opportunity to meet with the family, with the mother of Amanda Todd, and I've met with other youth, including those involved in Jair's Vision, who have done a great deal to try and fight bullying and cyberbullying in our communities. And these are people with ideas, sometimes ideas that come from places of immense pain and having lost a loved one, or having them themselves experienced feeling suicidal thoughts based on trying to get away from that bullying. But despite that, they're proposing ideas, they're finding ways in their communities, and they're calling on leaders at all levels of government, and particularly at the national level, to take actual steps that will have an impact on ending bullying. And I'm particularly encouraged by those that are applying a gender lens to this kind of bullying, because we do know it does have a gender lens. The high-profile cases of 2 young women that took their own lives as a result of cyberbullying were women. And in many cases, unfortunately, particularly in the mainstream media, it was missed the way in which women's experiences when it comes to the use of bullying, when it comes to the use of sexual objectification, is very different and can lead to some very devastating situations. I also want to acknowledge the way in which LGBT youth, lesbian, gay, and trans youth are often the targets of cyberbullying, which also has a gendered lens as well. And yet nowhere in Bill C-13 is there any plan to act on not just bullying, but the cyber misogyny that we're seeing run rampant online and in our society. So I'd like to turn your attention, Mr. Speaker, and those that are listening, to the phenomenal work being done across the country to draw attention to cyber misogyny and the way in which we can take, yes, legal action, but more importantly, employ policies and invest socially in order to be able to put an end to cyber misogyny. I want to draw attention to the recent report by West Coast Leaf called #Cyber Misogyny that is entirely about ways in which all of us here at the federal level, also at provincial levels, municipal levels, in our schools, and even in our homes, what we can do to begin putting an end to cyber misogyny. And it's not a quick fix, and it certainly isn't Bill C-13. What it requires is real leadership. And what it requires is tackling the very serious issues of inequality, of violence against women, of sexual harassment, of marginalization of girls and women in our society. It also means taking bold action when it comes to putting an end to discrimination of trans people and the particular discrimination that trans women face, and recognizing that we have a role to play. And sadly, Mr. Speaker, all I hear in this House is the way in which this Conservative government is using the story of young women who experienced cyber misogyny to be able to put forward their agenda that has nothing to do with that. The hypocrisy and, frankly, the disregard for these women's memory is frankly, like I said, disturbing. So, Mr. Speaker, in taking the next steps, I would encourage the government not only to see the value of dropping this badly thought-out bill that certainly stands to benefit some of their agenda around around pulling people's private information and having access to people's private lives in a way that they see to be helpful to them, I guess. But in fact, there is other steps they ought to be taking. For one, they could support our national action plan, the motion that I've put forward, a national action plan to end violence against women. They could work with our side to try and find a way to build a comprehensive anti-bullying strategy, and including working with community organizations and young leaders who are at the front lines, who understand what it means to be the victim of cyberbullying. They could also look at specific measures that I've indicated, including Bill C-540 that was introduced in the House last June, which makes it an offense to produce or distribute intimate images of an individual without their consent. The list goes on, Mr. Speaker, and many of us, certainly many of my colleagues, have been pointing out to the actual steps that this government could be taking to put an end to cyberbullying. And what I'd like to end off on is one more time a demand that I think so many people have out there, is that the memories of those, such as the young women like Amanda Todd and others, not be used as a front for what is, again, once more, a peace and the regressive agenda put forward by a federal government. They can do better. Thank you.
It being 1:15 p.m., pursuant to an order made Wednesday, October the 1st, 2014, it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the third reading stage of the bill now before the House. The question is as follows. Mr. LaBelle for Mr. McKay, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, moved that Bill C-13, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Canada Evidence Act, the Competition Act, and the Mutual Legal Assistance of Criminal Matters Act be now read a third time and do pass.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Could all those who support the motion please say yea? And could all those who oppose the motion please say nay? In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the vote is deferred until Monday, October 20th, 2014, at the hour of debate, of adjournment, rather.
I see the honourable member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale rising.
Mr. Speaker, I think if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock at 1:30.
Would it be the pleasure of the House to see the clock at 1:30? Yes, agreed.
2:30 if you want.
It being 1:30. Camille 13.
It being 1:30, the House will now pass to the study of private members' bills as indicated on today's order paper. Private members' business.
Consideration at second reading of Bill S-221, an act to amend the Criminal Code, assault against public transit operators, sponsored by Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu, seconded by Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George, moves that Bill S-221, an act to amend the Criminal Code, assaults against public transit operators, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate, the honourable member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to join the debate today and to speak in strong support of Bill S-221, a bill that seeks to acknowledge, through explicit sentencing principles, the harm caused when public transit operators acting in the course of their duties experience violence. I urge all the members to work collaboratively to ensure that this bill is passed into law as quickly as possible. I would like to start by first thanking Senator Runciman for his diligent work on this file and the other place. I would like also to mention the work of the member for Leeds Greenville and this matter. Transit operators play an absolutely critical role in the lives of our citizens and our communities all over Canada. Nowhere is this more apparent than in our major cities, where public transit is relied upon to transport millions of passengers every day. It would be no exaggeration to say that without the people who drive our buses, trains, subways, trams and taxis every day, our economy and our communities would be in peril. A 2010 report prepared by the Canadian Urban Transit Association entitled The Economic Impact of Transit Investment, a national survey, offers the following key findings. Transit reduces vehicle operating costs for Canadian households by approximately $5 billion annually and reduces vehicle accident costs by $2.4 billion annually. Mr. Speaker, we need to ensure that the transit system operates effectively, that people feel safe when they use the transit system, and that those operating our public transit feel assured that if they are victimized on the job through acts of violence, the criminal justice system will effectively respond to such violence. At present, there is no specific offence or aggravating factor in the criminal code that uniquely targets acts of violence committed against public transit operators. The proposed bill would amend the criminal code to create a new aggravating factor for the sentencing of offenders convicted of uttering threats, any of the three assault offences, and unlawfully causing bodily harm to transit operators. This will send a strong message that Parliament believes that such crimes must be treated more seriously because of the fact that those victimized are vulnerable given the role they occupy and because of the potential for broader harm to passengers and the public. The amendments align with the preventative purpose of criminal law, that is, it proposes a criminal law response which seeks to prevent harm from occurring in the first place by deterring the commission of such crimes through explicit sentencing principles. It further responds to acts of criminality that can have a significant effect, not only on the individual victim, but more broadly on the safety of the general public. These amendments would make Canada's criminal law approach to violence against public transit operators comparable to the approach taken in other jurisdictions, including a number of US states, as well as Australia's New South Wales. While the approach taken is not identical in all cases, these jurisdictions have all taken steps to explicitly address violence committed against transit operators. More serious incidents of violence toward transit workers are occurring across the country. Every day, transit operators face the very real risk of being assaulted on the job. Their physical exposure and frequent customer interactions leave them vulnerable to being molested, struck, or spat on, and to becoming the targets of verbal abuse, threats, and thrown objects. Transit operators, due to the nature of their work and their inherent inability to defend themselves against aggressive acts by carrying out their duties, face a number of unusual and unpredictable threats in their workplace that most Canadians do not. Transit operators face most of the known risk factors for workplace violence, including interacting directly with the public, working alone or in isolated areas, having a mobile workplace, working late night or early in the morning, providing services to people who might be experiencing frustration, having a workplace where access is uncontrolled, handling monies or fares, and having inadequate escape routes. Relying on these, transit workers are at higher risk for violence than are workers in many other occupations. Mr. Speaker, you need not solely listen to me to understand why we are singling out public transit operators in this bill. Let's hear testimonials from people directly involved in this matter. On June 12, 2014, the Senate Standing Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs heard from Neil Dubord, the chief of the Metro Vancouver Transit Police. In his own words, he explained why public transit operators need to be granted additional protection by the law. He said, public transit is differentiated from other occupations by the very nature that they serve a broad spectrum of customers, including the working poor, homeless, addicted, and those suffering from mental illness. As with other occupations, the opportunity for operators to disengage and extricate themselves from potentially violent situations does not exist. They cannot walk away or withdraw from the incident because they are locked in the driver's seat and operating a large vehicle. A pilot would never allow a passenger to freely walk into a cockpit of a plane. Public transit operators do not have the luxury of restricting access. Their occupation is unique, and the hazards they face are not experienced by other occupations. This is why they require the protection of Bill S-221. By passing S-221, Canadian public transit operators and taxi drivers will have an extra legal safeguard to deter assaults committed against them. My riding of Pickering-Scarborough East contains two separate municipalities and, in turn, two separate transit authorities, Durham Transit and the Toronto Transit Commission. In the area serviced by Durham Transit, there were 4 relevant instances of assault on transit operators in 2013 alone. The TTC states that there is an assault on a public transit operator in their system at least once a day. For example, on July the 20th, 2011, a woman boarded the TTC bus and became involved in a fare dispute. She proceeded to hurl racial slurs at the TTC employee. The situation quickly escalated, and the woman pepper-sprayed not only the bus driver, but 3 passengers who bravely came to the aid of the victim. Her penalty, 46 days of jail time for 4 charges of assault with a weapon. As horrible as such cases are, they pale in comparison to the ordeals that other public transit operators have had to endure across the nation. A bus driver in the Maritimes received 14 stab wounds onto his face, neck, and arm. He lost over half of his blood and nearly died in the process, all because he wouldn't deviate from his route. In Edmonton, a driver was hospitalized in intensive care after he was subject to a vicious and unprovoked beating from a passenger. Mr. Speaker, the list goes on, and tragically it lengthens each and every day. These attacks not only take a personal toll on the victims, but can have a significant financial impact on the transit system in terms of lost work hours, medical claims, employee absenteeism, and lawsuits. According to the Canadian Urban Transit Association, there were 2,061 reported assaults in 2011. This is over 5 reported instances of assault a day across this country. StatsCan reports that an average public transit operator is more than 4.5 times likely to be assaulted while operating their vehicle and the average person, like the average person walking on the street. Of course, the need for quick passage of this bill is not based merely on the fact that the public transit operators are more likely to get assaulted, but also because of the consequences of the assault on the public in both the immediate and long term. Public vehicles are by their very nature transporting members from the public. An assault of a public transit operator can happen quite literally at any time, whether it is in a school zone, on a highway, on a side street, or parked at a station. The transit operator is tasked with an incredible amount of responsibility for the individuals that they are servicing. Should an assault happen when an operator is driving their vehicle, we suddenly have not only the drivers at risk of serious injury, but every other person on the bus, in addition to the passengers, every single pedestrian, cyclist, and other driver in the immediate vicinity also becomes a potential victim. While being physically assaulted is, of course, horrendous, being witness to such a destructive act can have its own effects. Members of the general public using transit need to be reassured that their safety is protected at all times, and the best way to do that on our transit system is to protect our operators. Mr. Speaker, every single Canadian should have a right to both be safe and feel safe at work. I appreciate the hard work that many associations and organizations such as the Canadian Urban Transit Authority and the Amalgamated Transit Union are doing in committing themselves to making sure that the workplace of the public transit operator is as secure as possible. In addition to shaking the confidence of the general public, assaults on public transit operators have a more direct effect on the industry, namely the recruitment and retention of competent operators. Bill S-221 is intended to serve as a deterrent to violent acts against public transit service operators and increase overall safety on public transit. Having legislation like Bill S-221 in place would give judges the grounds to hand down harsher sentences than if the victim was not a transit operator or a taxi driver. If I may, Mr. Speaker, I would like to briefly touch on the reasoning behind including licensed taxi drivers in this bill. Much like the assault on a bus driver poses an immediate threat to not only the driver but its passengers and the people around them, so too, there's an assault of a taxi cab driver. The similarities do not end there. Cabbies often find themselves working alone at late hours, dealing with fares, being restricted in their seat, having a mobile workplace, etc. That much is very straightforward. The need to include taxi drivers is only exacerbated when we take a look at the staggering rates of violence against this group of individuals. From 1997 to 2011, the homicide rate of taxi drivers was 3.2% at the 100,000 population. In that 15-year period, 23 taxi drivers were murdered in cold blood. Unfortunately, we do not have official statistics on assaults of cab drivers, but one can only help but shudder when thinking how high they must be. The very last point I would like to speak to, Mr. Speaker, is concerning the recent court decision here in Ottawa. I feel that it perfectly illustrates the axiom of the issue S221 will address. A man was charged and pleaded guilty to assaulting a bus driver. The Crown requested that the fact the victim was a bus driver be considered by the judge in rendering the sentence. When handing down his decision, the judge said the following: "Does his status as a bus driver, after the severity of the sentence I am to impose? I do not believe the law supports the notion that bus driver assaults per se attract higher sentences than other assaults. That bus drivers are exposed to the risk of assault is supported not only by periodic media reports of driver assaults, but by common sense. Bus drivers encounter thousands of individuals during their work, many of them impaired or simply intent on mischief. While all this is true, I am aware of no settled body of authority holding that an assault on a bus driver is per se more serious than assaults on anyone else who has the misfortune of being victimized, and no authority was advanced by the Crown. To be sure, the Criminal Code of Canada does contain principles aggravating the seriousness of an offence for vulnerable groups, including those prone to hate-based abuse, the mental or physically disabled, children, and those who the offender owes a duty of trust to. Bus drivers are not, however, enumerated. Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time we have debated criminal law reform to address this reprehensible activity. There has been several private members' bills on the subject emanating from members from all political parties, but unfortunately were not passed. Mr. Speaker, support for this bill extends far and wide. Transit unions, transit police, bus and taxi drivers, the Ottawa Transit Commission, TTC, and many others have spoken in strong support of this bill. We have now the opportunity, with Bill S221, to work together and unanimously pass into law meaningful changes that will appropriately address the violence committed against transit operators. Mr. Speaker, we owe it to these hard-working men and women to ensure that the law properly responds to the harm they experience. Bill S221 will assist in this regard, and I strongly support this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Pickering Scarborough East. I think bringing this bill forward in this House is a laudable thing. His stats that he quoted are certainly sobering. 5 attacks a day in this country against our transit officials, certainly very worrisome. And that may very well be why the unions, even in 2010, asked the government indeed to pass this sort of legislation. At the time, the Minister of Justice refused, saying that this type of thing is already covered in the criminal code. I'm glad to see that the government has finally come to its senses and brought forward this legislation. So I'd like to, but one thing that I don't understand in his presentation, he says that this will act to protect our transit authorities. That may be true directly if we're talking about sending people for longer sentences. The bill, in fact, will give the courts the possibility to impose greater penalties. And if we're talking about recidivists, those who continuously attack transit authorities, I certainly feel safe that they'll be behind bars. But I didn't hear anything in his speech that there was a high rate of recidivism. So I'd like to know who is exactly going to be protected here. How are they going to be protected? And wouldn't it make more sense to also have provisions that reduces violence on our streets? Wouldn't that be also a helpful thing to do? Thank you.
Honourable member for Pickering Scarborough East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for the great question that our colleague opposite made. Of course, first of all, this legislation will assure that that is the sentence appropriate with the crime. So that is very important. This legislation will act also as a deterrent against committing crimes. The people will think twice in committing a crime that there will be an appropriate sentence for the crime.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Charlevoix-Haute-Saint-Charles. Taxi and bus drivers are a priority for the NDP, Mr. Speaker. They're more vulnerable because they drive during more hours than other Canadians, and because their job requires them to be behind the wheel, and they have to deal with the public, whether the public is well behaved or not, or criminals. So we will be supporting this bill, Mr. Speaker, because it makes sense. The question that I have for the member opposite is this. There have been several bills in the past that have been introduced along these lines, including the one for Burnaby New Westminster. Why didn't they support the previous NDP bill?
For Pickering Scarborough East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for the question. I mentioned that there were several bills who unfortunately were not passing the time for various other reasons. However, what is this bill doing? The bill SS221 makes it an aggravating factor for the purposes of sentencing if the victim of an assault is a public transit operator. And how this bill would like to accomplish this fact. The bill after Section 269 on the Criminal Code adds a subsection 269.01. When a court imposes a sentence for an offense referred to any of the Section 266 to 269, common assault, assault with a weapon, aggravated assault, and assault causing bodily harm, it shall consider as an aggravating circumstance the fact that the victim of the offense was, at the time of the commission of the offense, a public transit operator, engaged in the performance of his or her duty, and shall give primary consideration to the objectives of the denunciation and the tenets of the conduct that forms the basis of the offense. So this bill is concentrating to one of the section of the Criminal Code which is dealing with aggravated assaults. So it is, has a certain purpose and is providing clarity in the Criminal Code.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Alfred Pélan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy today to have this opportunity to speak to Bill S221, an act to amend the Criminal Code, assaults against public transit officers. And I'd like to start by saying that I am pleased to support the bill at second reading. This bill contains two aspects, important aspects I would like to point out today. First of all, the bill amends the Criminal Code to consider as an aggravating circumstance the fact that the victim is a public transit operator engaged in the performance of his or her duty at the time of the commission of the offense. Now, far be it from me to be an expert on the criminal code in Canada, Mr. Speaker. There are a number of colleagues on both sides of the House who can claim that title, but I have to admit that I had no idea what exactly an aggravating circumstance was, and so I did some research to look into it. According to the Dictionary of Criminal Law, written by Jean-Paul Doucet, an aggravating circumstance, and I quote, is an element linked to the conditions in which an offense was committed, in part, which in fact leads to a harsher sentence. Now, in Section 718.2 of the Criminal Code of Canada, it also says that an aggravating circumstance is, and I quote, or it says this about aggravating circumstances: the court imposes a sentence based on the following principles. It must take into account any aggravating or mitigating circumstances relating to the offense of the offender. By way of an example, various legislators make a distinction between aggravating circumstances attached to the offense and those to the guilty party. Now, there are several good aspects in the definitions of aggravating circumstances. First of all, this addition to the Criminal Code is such that the court will judge offenses against transit drivers, stating that taking into account that the victim was exercising his or her duties at the time of the offense. Now, I'd like to give you an example of how this situation will affect taxi drivers. In a report from 2009 entitled Homicide in Canada, 2009, Statistics Canada shows that the people at greatest risk of homicide when performing their duties are police officers and taxi drivers. Allow me to quote an excerpt. On average, 13 victims have been killed each year since 1999 while on the job, including 11 in 2009. A recent report concludes that taxi drivers and police officers have the highest rates of homicide per 100,000 persons in their occupation. In 2009, there were 3 taxi drivers and 1 police officer killed as a direct result of their professions. In Canada, 23 taxi drivers were victims of homicide between 1997 and 2011. In Montreal, 68% of taxi drivers, nighttime taxi drivers, feel that their job is not at all safe or quite unsafe. And I'm not talking yet about the public transit drivers who also face this type of problem when they're on the job. Secondly, what I like about the aggravating circumstances is that the court must take into account this new aspect in judging the offense, and there's also some liberty for the judges to hand down a tougher sentence. It's very refreshing to see that we can have confidence in our justice system and not have MMPs as often are imposed by the Conservatives. Now, I'd like to now move on to the bill and quote Section 2, which talks about the following definitions which apply in this section. Public transit operator means an individual who operates a vehicle used in the provision of passenger transportation services to the public and includes an individual who operates a school bus. Vehicle includes a bus, paratransit vehicle, licensed taxi cab, train, subway, tram, and ferry. So there are very different types of jobs involved, but these are all people who deal directly with the public and in some circumstances can be victims of crime while on the job. Protecting these drivers has always been a priority for the NDP. We support the calls for action in this area from associations and unions. For years, they've all been calling for better protection for their members. Oftentimes during the year, unfortunately, we hear stories of assault of transit drivers in the media. In 2013, a 30-year-old bus driver in Montreal was savagely beaten by 3 men on his bus on Boulevard Saint-Laurent. The same year in Montreal, there was a very sad story of Ziad Bouzid, a 45-year-old taxi driver with 3 children. Mr. Bouzid, who had more than 10 years of experience as a taxi driver, was brutally shot in the middle of the night while he was at work. These types of assaults against workers must stop. As parliamentarians, it's our duty to do our utmost to assist them and to ensure that this type of situation doesn't recur. That is why the NDP, as part of legislation in previous parliaments, has already put forth private members' bills similar to the one that is before us today. I must say that I'm somewhat disappointed to see how the government is dealing with a problem as important as worker safety. In 2010, the Minister of Justice of the time, who is now Minister of Defense, stated that the criminal code already included adequate protection from operators of public transit vehicles from assault. And that was at a time when the United Transit Union called for a bill similar to this one had been calling for that for many years. The Conservatives haven't done anything since they took power in 2006 to resolve the problem. Instead of helping people, they enact legislation, other types of legislation. Now, against the attacks on the Labour Code have been many under this government. I'm thinking about the definition of the word danger that was changed by the Conservatives, and it had a detrimental impact for workers. Like the current government, the former Liberal government didn't do anything to help transit drivers either, and it's high time that that stopped, Mr. Speaker. This is a very important issue to me. I take it to heart. For my generation, working for a transit company in Laval or Montreal represents a career for the future. And I'm thinking about my friend Nicolas, who works for the Société de Transport de Montréal. Sometimes his safety can be difficult and dangerous. He's a young father, and I think that we need to do our utmost to protect him as part of his job at the STM. The taxi industry is flourishing in cities like Montreal and Laval. Making the job of taxi drivers safer is also important for people in my riding, especially people who live in Saint-François-Laval. You would be surprised to know, perhaps, that there are many Montreal-based taxi drivers who live in Saint-François, which is in my riding. It's a very vibrant community where cultural communities live together in harmony. If you drove along Marcel Villeneuve, you would see lots of taxis coming off Francois. They drive into the city either by on the bridge of Highway 25 or by P9. I'd also like to send some thoughts out to all the school bus drivers in Laval and in Canada who must see all kinds of things throughout the year. You all do an excellent job. Thank you for carrying our children on your buses safely each day. Mr. Speaker, it's high time that we take action on this issue, and I hope that this bill will be adopted as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased as well to speak on Bill S-221, an act to amend the criminal code, assaults against public transportation operators. I'm pleased to be supportive of the bill, Mr. Speaker, which in summary amends the criminal code to require a court to consider the fact that the victim of an assault is in a public transport operator to be an aggravating circumstance for the purposes of sentencing. The key points related to the bill, Mr. Speaker, are that Canadians do rely on public transport to get around, yet every day 5 bus operators are assaulted. That's just simply unacceptable. We see certainly in this city, as we come into work each morning, go home each night, the buses rolling along. It can't be pleasant to go to work if you're worried about getting assaulted or even shouted at, as much of them do. 2,061 bus drivers, we understand, were assaulted in 2011, with attacks ranging from being spat on and punched in the head to knife attacks and sexual assault. That is entirely unacceptable. And this bill will go some distance to address that. The nature of their work certainly puts bus drivers at heightened risk. So we have an opportunity as parliamentarians to reduce that danger to bus drivers and take action that actually protects them. By making it explicit that assaulting a bus driver is a criminal offence with serious consequences, this should, and I say should, it won't in all cases, but it should deter these crimes. And I'd suggest as well, Mr. Speaker, that there be some, I guess, education, some notice, whether it's on buses or in bus terminals, that this is an offence. And maybe it would give people second thought on whether they treat a bus driver in an unacceptable fashion. Liberals do support this bill. In general, I believe, Mr. Speaker, it's a private member's bill, but we've had discussions on it, and there seems to be fairly, I believe, widespread support in the House for Bill S-221. I do want to name a couple of my colleagues, though, who have done fairly extensive work on addressing this issue of difficulties that bus drivers face when they go to work every day. The member for Winnipeg North spent a lot of time examining in his own city public transport and holding discussions with drivers. He even did a ride-along, which was truly an eye-opening experience to be with the bus driver for a considerable amount of time and see what they face over quite a number of hours. It's not like just getting on the bus and getting off at 4 or 5 stops down the road. So the member from Winnipeg North certainly got a feel for what it was like to be in that workplace on a continuing basis. And then there's the Liberal long-term member from Wascana, who introduced Bill C-533, which makes the nature of a victim's employment as an on-duty transit operator an aggregating factor for sentencing purposes in relation to all criminal code offences. And I'll talk a little bit more about what the member for Wascana has put on paper in terms of his views on the matter. As well, there's been others who introduced other private members' bills related to this issue in the House. There's Bill C-402, which is coming from an NDP member, and Bill C-637, which is coming from an independent member. So, Mr. Speaker, there's been a lot of members of this place concerned about the issue and put forward various proposals. With respect to, as I said earlier, the member for Wascana, he put out a blog which actually came out today, and I'll quote from that blog. It says, with the support of transport employees, their unions, municipalities, and other transit operators, police officers, the Canadian Urban Transit Association, and others, he has spent the past year promoting legislation to better protect bus drivers and other transportation workers, and that bill was C-533, but there's some aspects of that bill related to, and this that are, I guess, referenced in this particular piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. As he stated in an article today, quote, "These people provide vital services to the general public in all sorts of locations, in all weather conditions, and at all hours of the day and night. They are often on duty, alone, operating powerful vehicles on public streets and thoroughfares. By the nature of their employment, they assume serious responsibilities for the public service and safety and put themselves in a vulnerable position." He went on to say that Bill C-533 had earned broad public support but remains on the order paper of the House of Commons. Such private members' bills are selected for debate and a vote by the luck of a draw. Other MPs from all parties have also advanced similar proposals from time to time. This is not a partisan issue that divides along political lines. A few months ago, the Conservative Senator Bob Runciman brought forward his own proposal, bus driver legislation, and that's the bill we're dealing with today, Mr. Speaker. It differs in detail, but it is similar to the one from the member that a member of Wascana put forward in principle. The procedure applying to Senate bills has allowed Bill S-221 to move more quickly. Might be something we need to consider here, Mr. Speaker. It has passed the Senate and is coming before the House of Commons today, and that's what we're debating. I and other members of my party encourage this House to support this particular piece of legislation. S-221 is not as broad in proposal as is C-533. It only applies to certain specific offences in the criminal code, not every offence. And it doesn't make any reference to persons coming to the aid of a bus driver under attack. On the positive side, it does include a useful definition of transportation employee that covers certain others, like taxi drivers too. So from the outset, I don't believe many of us consider this legislation really a partisan proposal or a partisan position. It's useful legislation and should be moved forward through this chamber quickly. Once it becomes law, transit operators need to launch prominent communication campaigns, as I said a moment ago, informing the public that offences against people like bus drivers are serious criminal matters carrying serious penalties, and offenders will be prosecuted. So to come back to where I began, Mr. Speaker, bus driver assaults in any fashion, whether it's just language, spitting, actual assaults are a serious matter. These people provide a public service. They deserve a safe and secure workplace. And this bill should show that this Parliament supports them in their workplace, that they should have such a safe environment to work in, and I'm certainly pleased to support this legislation. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to rise today to speak on S-221, a bill that comes to us from the Senate, and to follow up on the remarks from my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Pickering Scarborough East, who introduced the subject to this House. And this is a bill to create as an aggravating factor in sentencing threats of harm or violence towards those transit workers, public transit workers that get assaulted or threatened in the course of their employment. So this will bring in considerations for the court to consider when sentencing an offender who has really assaulted or put into a situation of harm someone just in the course of doing their job, a job that is a public service, Mr. Speaker. And this will apply to 5 specific criminal code offenses, Mr. Speaker, and the sentencing that comes out of convictions under those charges. First would be uttering threats, Section 264(1) of the Criminal Code, assault, Section 266 of the Code, assault with a weapon causing bodily harm, 267, aggravated assault, Section 268, and unlawfully causing bodily harm, Section 269. The maximum penalties in sentencing for these violations of the Code, Mr. Speaker, range in a period of 5 to 14 years when proceeding by way of an indictment. So, Mr. Speaker, at the sentencing level, it's clear there is discretion for the court in that range, and some of the considerations should be brought to the court's attention in terms of sentencing those offenders. The aggravating factor, Mr. Speaker, would apply when the victim of one of those 5 criminal code offenses I outlined was a public transit operator in the course of their duties, a duty they do as, again, a public service, Mr. Speaker, from the BC ferries right through to buses in St. John's, Newfoundland. It's good public policy in that these are already criminal code provisions. These are harms that our society agrees upon, and people should be responsible for their conduct. And there will be a penalty, and the penalty should consider these aggravating factors in the fact that this is someone performing their duties. And remember, Mr. Speaker, transit workers, be they TTC in my area or Durham Region Transit, cab drivers, those sorts of things, often work late shifts. And in some cases, 24-hour shifts, Mr. Speaker. Rick from Clarington Taxi this morning picked me up at 4:45 when there's potential for harm, Mr. Speaker. And in some areas of the country, we've seen that. We've seen that harm inflicted. In fact, between 2005 and 2011, Mr. Speaker, in Winnipeg, a city that I had the pleasure of living in while I was in the Air Force, just those 6 years, they saw a 300% increase in violence inflicted on their transit workers in that city. 300% increase. And a cursory review of newspapers just in the last few years, Mr. Speaker, would show that this is a national problem. 2013, there was a very high-profile closed-circuit TV assault of a transit operator in Calgary, where the vicious assault could be seen. I think a paramedic was harmed in the same incident, Mr. Speaker. Just this April in Surrey, British Columbia, a driver was assaulted, punched in the face when somebody was just trying to run off on a fare. And in Toronto, there was quite a well-known incident at Yonge and Bloor in Toronto where passengers had to come to the aid of the driver when they were being assaulted, Mr. Speaker. So this is a real issue that has been, unfortunately, on the rise at a time where we're encouraging people to take public transit, and we've got to support the men and women that are providing this service to make sure that they can do so in a way that's professional, that's providing the public good that transit provides, and they know that we, as a government, are saying there should be a harsher sentence when there's violence perpetrated towards these people, really for no other reason other than the fact they're doing their job. And Senator Runciman, I think, expressed the need for this right when he said, I quote, "This will be a balance between Parliament's right to provide direction to the courts in defined circumstances with judicial discretion at sentencing." And, Mr. Speaker, as a lawyer, I think it's important for us to talk about these sentencing decisions in a professional way. Courts will arrive at a just decision in terms of innocence or guilt of a crime, and at the sentencing stage, so when they're addressing punishment for that crime, they will consider a number of factors, some aggravating factors, some mitigating factors, in determining what type of punishment our society will give through the court to the person that commits a crime. And, Mr. Speaker, this should be very seriously considered when it's a crime that infringes on the rights and the personal well-being of another Canadian, particularly someone that's been tasked with a public service role. And I remind the members of this House, and it's great in the early debate, it's clear that there's a lot of support for this bill coming to us from the Senate, and my colleague from Pickering Scarborough East has outlined some very good cases to show why this is public good. But I'd also point members of this place to the Criminal Code, Section 718, which outlines the purposes of sentencing. And it's important, particularly for some of my friends on the other side, to remember some of the factors on this. Denunciation of unlawful conduct is a purpose, a principle of sentencing. The promotion of responsibility and acknowledging of harms to victims and their community is a principle and a purpose of sentencing that the Criminal Code requires consideration of when a sentence is given out for someone judged to be guilty of an offense under that Criminal Code. One of the other purposes, Mr. Speaker, is rehabilitation of the offender. That should always be part of the mix. But in recent years, there's been far too much consideration of just that, and not enough consideration of the denunciation of conduct that really goes against our community and against the public service aspects of the role of a transit worker. And this will apply broadly, Mr. Speaker, in having lived in Ontario and worked in Toronto and commuted by TTC and by the 501 streetcar, the famous longest run, single-run streetcar in the world, I believe, along Queen, when I lived in the Beaches neighborhood of Toronto. This will not just be your typical bus, subway car, that sort of driver. It will also include specifically school bus operators, Mr. Speaker. And further, the bill is very smart to include that the vehicle is not just the typical modes of transport, but it will also include paratransit vehicles, licensed taxis, trams, ferries. It's not an exhaustive list, Mr. Speaker, so it will incorporate a number of people that perform these duties. And it's a way that Parliament, in entering in that dialogue with our courts, can show that the public, through Canada's Parliament, which includes the Senate, where the bill comes from, and the House of Commons, denounces this type of crime perpetrated against people that we charge with something we consider a public good, public transit. And we denounce that conduct, and we also are trying to deter such conduct, which is also a part of sentencing, as I mentioned, and a consideration that should be present any time an offender is sentenced. What the deterrence aspect will do, Mr. Speaker, and why I'm focusing on denunciation and deterrence as purposes of sentencing, is the deterrence aspect can actually help lead to less crime. It's not the only factor, but it's an important factor, and it's society's way and Canada's way to try and discourage and deter crime by imposing a stiffer penalty for such conduct. So what a great way to wrap up before Thanksgiving break, Mr. Speaker, to hear general all-party support for this important bill. And it's been my pleasure to rise today in the House to speak on it and to also thank particularly the transit workers in Durham and in the Greater Toronto area for the work they do. And this is a way we're trying to make sure your work is appreciated and you're kept safe. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to speak in support of this bill, as many of my colleagues are, and I think everyone in this House is behind this particular legislation. I want to read you just a couple of stories, share with you a couple of stories. Susan Burgess went to work one day, Mr. Speaker, and she was taking a layover break, as they call it, just in between, her run being done, and she saw a person actually going across the way and in a precarious, dangerous way, and she actually just opened the window to tell her it was too dangerous for that person to be there. And unfortunately, what ensued after was something that should never happen. This person barged onto the bus, threatening her, Susan, with vulgar language. Susan then immediately radioed for assistance, and when she hung up, she was assaulted by the person scraping her face and neck and trying to drag her down to the floor. It took 17 minutes before security could reach her. And she mentions in her sharing this anecdote that she was so grateful that another driver heard her screams and came to assistance. And she was simply saying in her testimony, she said, "I simply want to help people, not be afraid of them." And what she was basically pleading for is for us to do our job here to protect her in her workplace. I'll give you another example of someone who went to work and was exposed to a horrific scenario and something that should never happen in any workplace. So John Karagianis went to work as an OC Transpo bus driver, and he was threatened by a passenger. And what happened was he was actually dragged out onto the floor, just out here on the sidewalk on Bank Street, and he was beaten up. And he had a broken rib. His knees, back were bruised. He had cuts and bruises as well. He was off work for quite a long time. No one should go to work in that kind of environment where they're feeling threatened. And it's really important that we understand this. And I'm really happy to see the Amalgamated Transit Union bringing this issue up, because they're the ones who represent their membership, the workers. And they've done a really good job to say, look, we've documented this through the health and safety committees. They've heard from their bus drivers, and they're basically doing what unions should do. And I know the government sometimes likes to beat up on unions for whatever reason. But I think in this case, we should have a sober reflection on what good work unions do. And, unions are there to represent their membership. And it's really important that we listen to these stories and to the Amalgamated Transit Union, who's been carrying the flag for this cause, because they're basically saying that no one should go to work and feel threatened and be in a dangerous work environment like this. It's a basic health and safety issue, frankly, Mr. Speaker. It's about people having the ability to go to work without being threatened. So I really want to underline that point, is that this is something that they've done good work, the Amalgamated Transit Union, and I really want to give credit to them, as well as to the others, and have already been mentioned, other members of Parliament who have brought forward private members' bills. In fact, it was back in 2010, you'll remember Judy Wasilisa, my colleague from Winnipeg. She brought a private members' bill forward on this, followed by my colleague, our House Leader, who brought forward a private members' bill, and presently we have my colleague from Thunder Bay, Rainy River, who has a private members' bill on this very issue. So it's not from a lack of trying to bring this forward. But alas, we're here, and I hope that we do get this passed as soon as possible. I think what most people would note, and my colleague from Durham enumerated, that this isn't just bus drivers, this is about taxi drivers, this is about people who work in trains, ferries, etc., all of those public transportation systems that people rely on. And it is so very important because, Mr. Speaker, this is also not just, it affects numerous people, because when you're on a bus and you see a bus driver being threatened, it actually affects the safety of everyone around. And, I've taken the bus many times here, and you trust that the bus driver is going to keep things calm and that is going to ensure a place of safety. And when their safety is threatened, it actually means everyone else is threatened. And I think we've all experienced where there has been some chaos or commotion on a bus, and we look to the bus driver or the transit operator to actually bring calm. And so this bill is simply saying, let's support those people, those workers, who are actually providing that service, not from just getting us from A to B, but making sure it's done in a civilized and civil way. And so I am fully supportive of this. This is not overstepping in terms of what the parameters are for judges to actually provide sentencing, but it's a rational, smart thing to do. So I'll finish just by saying, I hope when this bill is passed, that the Susans and the Johns who went through this horrific experience, which has had an effect on them, not just physically, but emotionally. And as you can appreciate, when something like this happens, there are emotional scars that have to heal. That they'll have been the people that we look to as the example that we never will see happen in the future. Because what we're trying to do here is resolve any realm of incivility. And we were trying to make sure that workers who go to work every day aren't going to be threatened, and ultimately that we do provide a place of security for people who are under their care, because after all, if the bus driver, the train conductor, the person who's conducting the ferry or driving us in our cabs doesn't feel secure, then there's an insecurity for all the public. And so I am delighted to get behind this bill, as are many of my colleagues. Look forward to it passing as speedily as possible. And to that end, I just say thank you to all of those who have brought this to our attention. And I really want to cite out the Amalgamated Transit Union here in Ottawa for doing great work. Thank you so much.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Normally at this time, we would invite the sponsor of the bill to have his 5-minute right of reply. It was my understanding, the honourable member for Pickering-Scarborough East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will not talk too much. I just want to thank my honourable colleagues for the support of this bill, and let's continue to work together for making this bill to be law as soon as possible, following the procedures of the House. And again, I am thanking for the great support for these bills, and let's make the men and women working in this public transit to be safe and to deserve the place that they have in our society, protecting us and asking and helping us to do our work. Thank you.
The question is as follows. Mr. Chizu, seconded by Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George, moved that Bill S-221, an act to amend the Criminal Code, assaults against public transit operators, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. So pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, October 22nd, 2014, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Et avant que nous concluions,
And before adjourning, I would like to wish all honourable members, to the interpreters, to the pages, and to all the employees of the House of Commons, On behalf of the Speaker, an excellent Thanksgiving.
Comme il est 14h15,
Given that it is 2:15, this House stands adjourned until Monday, October 20th, 2014 at 11 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Orders 24 and 28.